The Public Benefit Organizations Regulatory Authority, formerly Non-Governmental Organizations Coordination Board, is a state corporation established under Section 34 of the Public Benefit Organizations Act for 2013 and is broadly responsible for the registration and regulation of the PBO sector in Kenya. It is domiciled in the Ministry of Interior and National Administration. As set out in Section 42 of the PBO Act, the authority is mandated to register and deregister public benefit organizations in accordance with the Act, maintain a register of public benefit organizations registered under the Act with precise sectors, affiliations, and locations of the activities, interpret the national policy on public benefit organizations so as to assist in its smooth implementation and observance by the government ministries, departments, and agencies at various levels, receive and review annual reports of public benefit organizations, advise the government on the activities public benefit organizations and their role in development within Kenya, issue forms, instructions, model documents, facilitate information sharing and networking between public benefit organizations and the government, institute inquiries to determine if the activities of public benefit organizations do not comply with the Act or any other law, provide advice and training to public benefit organizations, and do anything incidental or conducive to the performance of any of the preceding functions. The authority's top decision-making organ is the board, which consists of a chairperson appointed by the president and members drawn from government and PBO and private sectors. Decisions of the board of the authority are implemented by the Secretariat, the executive arm of the organization, which is headed by the Director General. In an effort to improve service delivery to the PBO sector and other stakeholders, the authority has decentralized its services by operationalizing regional offices that's in Eldoret, Garissa, Kisumu, Mombasa, and Nakuru. Even though the PBO Act was passed in 2013, it was not implemented until May 14, 2024, following a directive by President William Samoei Ruto. The President, while addressing the 2024 United Nations Civil Society Conference in Gigiri, Nairobi, that's on May 10, 2024, announced the government's decision to implement the PBO Act fully with immediate effect.
Politicians, those in government, those in the opposition, civil society, non-governmental organizations, into one space that then can figure out what is the future that befits all of us. Further, in recognition of the indispensable capacity of civil society sector in promoting education and awareness, inclusion, participation, and mobilizing collective action, we committed to operationalizing the Public Benefits Organizations Act. I made that commitment, and maybe civil society have been wondering what's happening. This act stuck in limbo for over a decade, yet it aims to expand the space for government and non-governmental organization partnership and collaboration. I am proud to announce to you that we have every intention of living up to our commitment. That is why yesterday we executed the legal instruments to give the PBO Act effect as law in Kenya.
News immediately started sieving in that the Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki, who was the then Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration, had announced the commencement date of May 14, 2024 through legal notice number 78 in the Kenya Gazette Supplement number 100 dated May 9, 2024. To fully operationalize the Act, there was a need to develop the PBO regulations, which are being launched today. This involved the harmonization of two draft regulations that had been developed prior to the presidential directive, one by the sector and another by the NGO's Coordination Board then, hence the reference to harmonized draft regulations. The harmonized draft regulations have been developed under the guidance of the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration, Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen, and the Principal Secretary, State Department of Internal Security and National Administration, Dr. Raymond Omolo, in consultation with stakeholders, especially the PBO sector. The Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen, puts the issue into perspective.
We remember that His Excellency President William Ruto operationalized the Public Benefit Organizations Act more than 10 years since its enactment in 2013. His Excellency, in recognition of the work that is done by the civil society and the non-governmental organization, and in recognition of our constitutional rights on fundamental freedoms and rights, declared that the Public Benefits Organization Act must be operationalized to enable the institutions established thereunder to benefit fully from the robust legal regime that was put in place in consultation with non-governmental organizations and civil society. This act should have come into effect immediately in terms of all the sections of the act, compliance by the organizations, but from the request of the public and recognition of the fact that the regulations are not in place, I recently gazetted an extension of these regulations up to June 2026. This will allow us to have a robust engagement to make sure that the regulations that are put in place are responsive to the needs of the stakeholders and benefits the people of Kenya. This launch of the regulations is a very important step which enables us to have final engagement before the wider stakeholder engagement with the public, and thereafter the processes that involve Parliament will ensue. And as soon as these regulations come in place, I am confident that we will beat the deadline and that those regulations, when they come in place, will enable us to now fully require every public benefit organization to be compliant. And as a ministry, we are very, very cautious and careful to ensure that we are abiding by our constitution and we are protecting non-governmental institutions, civil society, and all public benefit organizations that are undertaking various responsibilities together with government and others also independently checking what the government is doing.
The President's statement in Gigiri and in subsequent forums, including the United States, it has been clear that the government of Kenya appreciates the role the civil society plays in national development. Here is Dr. Raymond Omolo.
Today we realize a kept promise in Kenya's governance journey through the operationalization of the PBO Act and the introduction of critical regulations that will shape the future of this sector. For years, the public benefit organizations have played a vital role in driving social development, fostering economic empowerment, and addressing humanitarian needs across the country. Their work, often in collaboration with the government, has strengthened communities and uplifted countless lives. It is in recognition of this impact that the government has prioritized the full implementation of the PBO Act. The operationalization of this act provides clarity, structure, and predictability in the sector, ensuring that organizations operate within a transparent, accountable, and well-governed framework. This marks an essential shift from fragmented policies towards a unified, streamlined regulatory environment that upholds good governance and integrity. The harmonization of the draft PBO regulations we are launching today are designed to facilitate organizations in line with the PBO Act, which focused on transparency, sustainability, and the greater impact on the communities that we serve. We welcome the beginning of a new chapter in the regulation of the PBO Act within the sector in the country.
Dr. Omolo has overseen the transition to the new PBO regulatory framework journey, including presiding over a consultative meeting at Elementaita, which brought together government officials, the PBO sector, and development partners like the UNDP, Amkeni wa Kenya, to discuss the way forward. As a matter of fact, the PBO Regulatory Authority has involved various stakeholders in the development of the draft regulations, as the chair of the authority's board puts it.
We are here for such a great milestone that we've achieved for the last close to 1 year. The President took a bold step to cassette the Act, the PPO Act. During the campaigns, His Excellency the President, William Samoei Ruto, made a commitment. And being a man of his word, he went ahead to cassette the Act sometimes last year in May. We realized that we had 2 drafts of the regulations, and that has taken us at least some time to ensure that we have one harmonized draft. So we have gone out to engage the sector, who have been very supportive, and the government goodwill. We've walked this journey together as a board and with the management. We have very effective management led by my good friend, Dr. Kipto. They've also done a very good job to ensure that at least we have a harmonized or one draft. Now we are here because we want to launch this draft so that we go out there and subject it, because it's a requirement in the law. We subject it to the public participation. And we want to ensure that everybody is involved, especially in the sector and the government, so that by the end of the process, we will ensure that all the views from the sector are captured so that we have a document for posterity to ensure that this progressive law is not in any way hampered by anything that we may come up with. I want to give assurance to Kenyans, and especially the people in the sector, that is one of the most progressive laws. And we want to ensure, actually, when you look at this law, it's going to strike beyond our boundaries. It's one of the laws, when you look around what is happening in most leading nations in Africa, talk of South Africa and other countries, you will realize that Kenya is now taking a step and a lead in this sector. We want to invite all of you. We will be coming out there to interact with the public. We want your views so that when we bring out the document, it's a document that is accepted across the board. I wish also to point out that in the wisdom of authority and the government, we requested the minister to give us an extension. I want to appeal to the sector, to the players, to ensure that they maximize the time we've been given for the extension, so that at the end of the extension, we have operationalized the entire law as required. I will appreciate that if all of you will be willing and ready, so that nobody feels has been left out.
The development of the harmonized draft regulations started in April this year, when a consultant was hired to harmonize the 2 drafts. The authority's staff have also participated in this process. For instance, they recently had an opportunity at a workshop in Nakuru County to give their input, particularly on the harmonized draft regulations. The judiciary, through the Honorable Chief Justice Martha Koome, has already established the tribunal as required by the PBO Act. We are therefore today launching a product that has emanated from wide consultation and involvement of many stakeholders. Here is the authority's Director General. Take a look.
Today we gather to reflect on the journey we have worked towards a more accountable, impactful, and inclusive PBO sector in Kenya. At the heart of our work at the authority is a simple but powerful belief that the strength of the sector lies not in the uniformity, but in the unity of purpose. It lies in the collaboration, in shared responsibility, and in the deliberate inclusion of every voice, from international, national BBOs to the community-based organizations in the grassroots. The role of the authority is to enable the sector. We have a responsibility of facilitating a fair, transparent, and conducive environment within which organizations can operate, grow, thrive, and deliver on their missions. Through the support of our various stakeholders, the PBO regulations will be subjected to public participation countrywide to ensure meaningful input. The public participation process isn't just about ticking boxes. It's about staying true to our constitutional values and participation, transparency, inclusivity, and ensuring the final regulations truly reflect the voices of all our stakeholders. We stand ready to support, guide, and partner with all PBOs to ensure a seamless transition and a stronger future for the PBO sector. I urge all stakeholders within the sector to take full advantage of this time to align their operations, enhance coordination, improve compliance, and build sustainable partnerships. Collaboration and inclusivity are not just principles. They are the foundations upon which lasting change is built. Thank you, and let's embrace this new chapter with dedication and optimism. God bless you.
From here, the harmonized draft regulations will be subjected to public participation in line with the Constitution of Kenya, and then a validation process before being taken to Parliament for processing and consideration. All stakeholders are urged to actively participate in the public participation exercise starting later this month. We shall be announcing shortly the dates and venues for this exercise.
My name is Dr. Margaret Lubale, the Executive Director, and I'm so glad that we are now at the point where the PBO regulations are about to be launched. We have been following closely. On behalf of the HENET board, staff and membership, we wish to congratulate the PBO Regulatory Authority for the strides they have made this far, and we know that our partnership with them will help us to achieve a healthier Kenyan society.
The journey for commencement of the PBO Act has been a very long one that took almost a decade and a few more months. And the civil society sector has been at the heart of it. There has been a lot of efforts by the civil society organizations, specifically members of CFF, together with others that have been a part of the process to push for commencement. This is the third regime since the commencement of this law. And we are very happy that last year we got the commencement date. We know that the transition at PBO's Regulatory Authority slowed the process, but we are very happy now that we have fully constituted a secretariat to oversee the process of implementation. We, as the civil society organizations, will continue working together with the PBO's Regulatory Authority, together with other sector brothers and sisters, to ensure that we have a very smooth process of transition. We are very happy that the two sets of regulations
The Public Benefit Organizations Regulatory Authority, formerly Non-Governmental Organizations Coordination Board, is a state corporation established under Section 34 of the Public Benefit Organizations Act for 2013 and is broadly responsible for the registration and regulation of the PBO sector in Kenya. It is domiciled in the Ministry of Interior and National Administration. As set out in Section 42 of the PBO Act, the authority is mandated to register and deregister public benefit organizations in accordance with the Act, maintain a register of public benefit organizations registered under the Act with precise sectors, affiliations, and locations of the activities, interpret the national policy on public benefit organizations so as to assist in its smooth implementation and observance by the government ministries, departments, and agencies at various levels, receive and review annual reports of public benefit organizations, advise the government on the activities public benefit organizations and their role in development within Kenya, issue forms, instructions, model documents, facilitate information sharing and networking between public benefit organizations and the government, institute inquiries to determine if the activities of public benefit organizations do not comply with the Act or any other law, provide advice and training to public benefit organizations, and do anything incidental or conducive to the performance of any of the preceding functions. The authority's top decision-making organ is the board, which consists of a chairperson appointed by the president and members drawn from government and PBO and private sectors. Decisions of the board of the authority are implemented by the Secretariat, the executive arm of the organization, which is headed by the Director General. In an effort to improve service delivery to the PBO sector and other stakeholders, the authority has decentralized its services by operationalizing regional offices that's in Eldoret, Garissa, Kisumu, Mombasa, and Nakuru. Even though the PBO Act was passed in 2013, it was not implemented until May 14, 2024, following a directive by President William Samoei Ruto. The President, while addressing the 2024 United Nations Civil Society Conference in Gigiri, Nairobi, that's on May 10, 2024, announced the government's decision to implement the PBO Act fully with immediate effect.
Politicians, those in government, those in the opposition, civil society, non-governmental organizations, into one space that then can figure out what is the future that befits all of us. Further, in recognition of the indispensable capacity of civil society sector in promoting education and awareness, inclusion, participation, and mobilizing collective action, we committed to operationalizing the Public Benefits Organizations Act. I made that commitment, and maybe civil society have been wondering what's happening. This act stuck in limbo for over a decade, yet it aims to expand the space for government and non-governmental organization partnership and collaboration. I am proud to announce to you that we have every intention of living up to our commitment. That is why yesterday we executed the legal instruments to give the PBO Act effect as law in Kenya.
News immediately started sieving in that the Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki, who was the then Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration, had announced the commencement date of May 14, 2024 through legal notice number 78 in the Kenya Gazette Supplement number 100 dated May 9, 2024. To fully operationalize the Act, there was a need to develop the PBO regulations, which are being launched today. This involved the harmonization of two draft regulations that had been developed prior to the presidential directive, one by the sector and another by the NGO's Coordination Board then, hence the reference to harmonized draft regulations. The harmonized draft regulations have been developed under the guidance of the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration, Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen, and the Principal Secretary, State Department of Internal Security and National Administration, Dr. Raymond Omolo, in consultation with stakeholders, especially the PBO sector. The Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen, puts the issue into perspective.
We remember that His Excellency President William Ruto operationalized the Public Benefit Organizations Act more than 10 years since its enactment in 2013. His Excellency, in recognition of the work that is done by the civil society and the non-governmental organization, and in recognition of our constitutional rights on fundamental freedoms and rights, declared that the Public Benefits Organization Act must be operationalized to enable the institutions established thereunder to benefit fully from the robust legal regime that was put in place in consultation with non-governmental organizations and civil society. This act should have come into effect immediately in terms of all the sections of the act, compliance by the organizations, but from the request of the public and recognition of the fact that the regulations are not in place, I recently gazetted an extension of these regulations up to June 2026. This will allow us to have a robust engagement to make sure that the regulations that are put in place are responsive to the needs of the stakeholders and benefits the people of Kenya. This launch of the regulations is a very important step which enables us to have final engagement before the wider stakeholder engagement with the public, and thereafter the processes that involve Parliament will ensue. And as soon as these regulations come in place, I am confident that we will beat the deadline and that those regulations, when they come in place, will enable us to now fully require every public benefit organization to be compliant. And as a ministry, we are very, very cautious and careful to ensure that we are abiding by our constitution and we are protecting non-governmental institutions, civil society, and all public benefit organizations that are undertaking various responsibilities together with government and others also independently checking what the government is doing.
The President's statement in Gigiri and in subsequent forums, including the United States, it has been clear that the government of Kenya appreciates the role the civil society plays in national development. Here is Dr. Raymond Omolo.
Today we realize a kept promise in Kenya's governance journey through the operationalization of the PBO Act and the introduction of critical regulations that will shape the future of this sector. For years, the public benefit organizations have played a vital role in driving social development, fostering economic empowerment, and addressing humanitarian needs across the country. Their work, often in collaboration with the government, has strengthened communities and uplifted countless lives. It is in recognition of this impact that the government has prioritized the full implementation of the PBO Act. The operationalization of this act provides clarity, structure, and predictability in the sector, ensuring that organizations operate within a transparent, accountable, and well-governed framework. This marks an essential shift from fragmented policies towards a unified, streamlined regulatory environment that upholds good governance and integrity. The harmonization of the draft PBO regulations we are launching today are designed to facilitate organizations in line with the PBO Act, which focused on transparency, sustainability, and the greater impact on the communities that we serve. We welcome the beginning of a new chapter in the regulation of the PBO Act within the sector in the country.
Dr. Omolo has overseen the transition to the new PBO regulatory framework journey, including presiding over a consultative meeting at Elementaita together government officials, the PBO and development partners.
see you at station forwarders. Thank you and God bless you.
tunasubiri at least tufike nusu ya hii also that we have a good quorum. So we'll start with a prayer, and then we'll follow with a national anthem, and then we'll do a brief introduction, and then we'll get right into the business that has brought us here today. So ningependa kupata 2 volunteers watuombee ndio tuanze mkutano. Nani yako tayari kutuombea? A lady preferably. Kama kuna Waislamu katika hiki kikao pia, we can get a sheikh to offer a prayer. Ma'am, kuja utuombee nao kwa sababu umeshasimama.
Haya, na tuombe. Baba, katika jina la Yesu Kristo, Mungu wetu, tunasema ni asante. Umetulinda usiku mzima, tumeamka kwa mapenzi yako Baba. Ni usubuhi nyingine njema Mungu wetu, umetuleta hapa Mungu wangu. Baba, angalia huu mkutano tunaweka mikononi mwako. Baba, uwe mwenyekiti mwema mwanzo hadi mwisho Baba. Bariki walimu wetu Baba, watupatie lengo lao Bwana Mungu wetu. Zaidi ya yote, utulinde na tutakase. Baba, naomba katika jina la Yesu Kristo aliye Bwana mkombozi wetu mwema. Amen.
Ukiwa tayari niambie. Okay, sasa tunaomba sisi sote tusimame kwa ajili ya wimbo wa taifa. Yuko. Oh, tutakupatia nafasi. Tuombe basi. Mungu yetu. East African anthem. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Asanteni, tunaweza kuketi. Sawa, asanteni sana. Asanteni kwa kufika hapa leo. Ili kongamano la leo hapa Nakuru lilikuwa linaleta pamoja I think around 5 counties: Laikipia, Samburu, Narok, then Nakuru, Bomet, I think, and Kericho. So before we proceed, we'll do a brief introduction, then we'll recognize those of you that have come from those counties, and then we'll proceed with the session. So my name is Victor Umbongi. I'm a lawyer by profession. I work with C&K Advocates LLP, which is the consultant firm that has been working with the authority to develop these regulations. With me, we came with a team from Nairobi and our office in Eldoret. We have Sydney Biwot, Charles Kamande, and we also have a representative of the AG, Nelly, that we've been working with closely with other members of the authority. As you know, we are here today for purposes of public participation on the regulations that have been developed by the public benefits organizations regulatory authority. So this is a public participation event, and we are looking forward to your input on those regulations. On the side of the authority, I think I want to invite my colleague Sang to come and give a brief introduction of the members of the authority that are in this sitting. So if there are seats in front here, please, for those that are seated at the back, you can move here so that we can be together. You can be close to.
Thank you. Good morning. Habari za asubuhi. Kwa majina naitwa Isaiah Sang, Director Operations at the PBORA. Tuko hapa leo kupata maoni kutoka kwa watu wa Nakuru and its surrounding counties on these regulations that you are developing to regulate the public benefit sector. So we have come a big team, both from our Nairobi office and the Nakuru office. Ningependa wasimame tuweze kuwaona. Thank you. So you have a big team here na wengine wako pale kwa registration. The authority is the former NGOs Coordination Board. In 2024, we got the new act that now changed our name to the PBORA. Our mandate is to register, coordinate, and regulate NGOs, which will now be referred to as PBOs going forward. So we'll be here taking your views. We'll be receiving memoranda from people who have already written their memorandas. If you see any of our staff, you can share your memorandum. If you are able to bring them here, we'll also be receiving them. And then we'll also be expecting other feedback in terms of the process, that you're able to help us in making a good document that is going to guide the sector going forward. So thank you, Victor. You can proceed.
Sawa, asante. So those who come from Pibora, wherever you are seated, maybe you can raise your hand so that you just recognize you. The officers that come from the authority. Thank you very much. So now we said the sitting for today is for, it's supposed to have representation from at least 5 counties. So let me see by show of hand who has come from Samburu. Oh, there's a lady there. She's come a long distance. Please clap for her. Give her coffee. Who has come from Laikipia? We have 2 members here from Laikipia. Please clap for them. Wapigie makofi. Then, do we have anybody from Bomet? Bomet, there's a gentleman here. Mpigie makofi. Kericho, we have 2 representatives here. Wapigie makofi. Narok County, we have quite a representation in the middle. Wapigie makofi. And then which other county? Nakuru County, the hosts. Wenyeji hao ndio wenyeji wetu leo, wapigie makofi. So we thank you all for making the point to be here today. We are really pleased to have you here. Most importantly, we hope that you've had the time to look through the draft regulations that we are coming to discuss in this forum today. So these are draft regulations. They have not been made law. So we hope that from the feedback that we get here, we'll end up with a more refined copy that is reflective of the needs of the sector. So we'll begin with a presentation of a summary of what is in those draft regulations. Yaani kwa mtasari tu, tutawaeleza ni nini kilichoko katika hiyo draft regulation. Alafu, tutawapatia muda wa kutueleza ni nini mmeona, kama mlipata nafasi ya kusoma ni nini maoni yenu, na kama kuna kitu ambacho hatuchashughulikia ni nini tunaweza kufanya ndio hizo sheria ziwe zinaweza kufaidi wa Kenya na jamii kwa jumla. So we'll begin with the presentation, but before I go there, maybe I can use your documents to explain to them. Nitaka kueleza kwa kifupi the documents that you are given, what they are, so that you understand how you may use them. So these frequently asked questions, hiyo imeandikwa frequently asked questions. Haya ni maswali yale ambayo tumeulizwa katika most of the forums that we've gone. So this is what the authority took time to reduce those frequently asked questions into this booklet, and it can guide you to answer some of the questions. For instance, when they talk about what's a public benefit organization, it talks about what does the PBO Act matter for the NGOs and IGOs in Kenya. All those questions, it has answered around 14 questions, and you can go through it. Then there's this small booklet, Public Benefit Organizations Act of 2013. So this act is the parent act for this sector. It's the one that provides for the regulation of the sector in terms of an act of parliament. So it's a summary of what is provided in that act, because it's a legal document, but the authority has taken time to reduce it in a language that can be understood by everybody, by most people. So it's a summary of that act. Then we have two forms, beginning with this public views form. This form, for those of you that want to present their opinions or comments in terms of written, you can fill it. Once you fill it, once you're done, you can take it. When you're leaving, you leave it at the registration desk. So it's a public views form. It has sections. You can, if you want to comment on a particular section of the regulation, you mention the section and then you proceed to give your comments. So it's one of the ways in which you can give feedback to the authority. Public participation assessment form. This is a form really for you to give us feedback on how we've run the program for today, and then it gives you a chance to help us to improve how we conduct this kind of forums for the future. So it's just an assessment on how we have conducted the program for today. Then finally, we have this document, this big wide document. So this is the draft Public Benefit Organizations Regulations 2025. It's a draft. Like I've said, haya ni mapendekezo ya kanuni, bado ijawa sheria. So this is what has brought us today, and we hope that most of the contributions that we'll have in this forum will focus on the contents, giving us feedback on the contents of what the proposals that are contained in this document. So the document itself, we hope that you may have had time to go through it before today's session, but if you've not had that time, that's why you've been provided with a hard copy. It's also available in soft copy. You can scan. There's a QR code at the door that you can scan. It's also available online, so you can download it. So for today, those who are already prepared to give us feedback on this will hear you. For those that have not had the opportunity to or would require more time, we still have up to 25th of July for you to go and scrutinize, analyze it, and then give us your feedback. So this is the main document for the day, but of course it's related to the other document that are available in the summaries that I've already spoken about. So I think now we'll go directly into the... Okay. So before we proceed with our little small presentation, there are hosts that have hosted us here. Before I give my colleague the mic to introduce our hosts, I want to see, though, by show of hands, is there any representation of the county government from here in this forum? Or from any other county government that is supposed to be part of this meeting, so that we don't leave you out in the introductions? If there is none, then I'll give my colleague Lyndon. Lyndon is the legal officer for the authority, so he would take over the session to introduce our guests, our hosts rather, and then we can proceed. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, the people of the great county of Nakuru. My name is Lyndon Nicholas. I am the team leader for the Public Participation Forums, and I would like to welcome the SEC representing the County Commissioner to officially open this forum for us so that we can continue.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good morning. Habari ya wananchi? Mko salama? Okay, my name is Abraham Chepkech, Assistant County Commissioner. I'm here on behalf of the County Commissioner Nakuru. And because of time, sitakuwa na mengi. What I would urge you is to give this forum maximum cooperation so that at the end we achieve the purpose as to why we are here. Sindio? Na nafikiri kila mmoja wetu anajua ni kwa nini tuko hapa. Tumekuja hapa kusikiliza, sindio? Kwa hivyo tuwape maximum cooperation, na as I told you, you see, si unaona hall vile imejaa, and I'm very sure bado kuna wengine wanakuja. That is the beauty with Nakuru County. Public participation huwa wanakuja kwa wingi. Otherwise, thank you so much. Let me take this opportunity to declare the forum officially opened. Thank you.
Situmpatie makofi mzuri. Yawa. Thank you, Bwana SEC. Cha muhimu kwetu kwa hii forum ya leo ni kusikiza mapendekezo yenu. We will give you a small presentation, a brief overview of what the regulation looks like. Then we will hear from you on what your thoughts are on what you already read and the presentation that have been made. In the event there are parts that are unclear, we will be available to clarify them. In the event there are questions that will be asked, we will be available to give the answers. So do not be shy. Whatever it is you want to ask, ask. Whatever it is you want clarified, we shall do that. Otherwise, Victor, hii kiwanja sasa ni yako, cheza.
Nashukuru. Tumpigie makofi Lyndon pia. So now we'll go straight into the presentation for our members for this meeting that would want to use sign language. If you're at the back there, we'll request you that you come in front. We'll provide seats for you. We have a sign language interpreter. It will be able to assist with interpreting what we are saying into a language that makes this forum inclusive. So these proceedings are also being streamed live on YouTube, so we also need to tell you that so that you are aware. And for those that are able to follow those proceedings live, they... Okay. So for those who are following the proceedings, they can also be able to see it in all the languages that it's being broadcast. So we can proceed to the presentation. So sababu kubwa ya leo like my colleague has already said, the purpose of being here today is to give you a brief summary of what is contained in the regulations, what the proposals are, and then we'll give you a chance to give us your feedback. So the main purpose of this forum is to highlight the salient features of the public benefit regulations of 2025, so that we sensitize all the stakeholders about the proposals that are contained therein, and then thereafter we'll have your feedback in terms of written memorandum, in terms of questions, in terms of comments, and in terms of proposals for improvement. So I would proceed then. Next, what? So after we're done giving you a summary, then we hope you'll be in a better position to be able to give us feedback that will help us to improve the draft and to make it more responsive to the needs of the sector. So the journey for these public benefit regulations of 2025 began with the enactment of the Act in 2013. For those of you that have been in this sector long enough, you might be proud that we've got to this moment, although it has taken 12 years to try and operationalize the Act. Because that Act of 2013 was largely developed with the input of the NGO sector, as it was then, and the larger civil society sector contribution. So that Act of 2013 forms the backdrop for the regulations for today. Yaani hiyo sheria ambayo ilipitishwa ya bunge 2013 ambayo ilikuwa imetengenezwa kupitia juhudi za serikali, baada haswa juhudi ya wale watu ambao walikuwa wanafanya kazi katika hii sekta ama wamekuwa wakifanya kazi katika hii sekta ya NGOs ambayo sasa itakuwa inaitwa sekta ya PBOs. So that is the background. So the act was passed in 2013 but haikuweza kutekelezwa. Vile ambavyo tumeeleza katika utaratibu wa sheria, tuna constitution iko pale juu. Then we have acts of parliament that are passed by the National Assembly. Chini ya hizo acts of parliament, not all of them, but mostly they would require regulations to be implemented. Sasa those regulations are what we are dealing with here today. It's like the third tier of the national legislation. Of course, we have also the county government acts that are passed by the county assemblies. That's a different category. It's now at the county level. But at the national level, we have the constitution that governs all of us. We have acts of parliament that apply across the country, and then the regulations that usually are used to implement the acts of parliament. So these regulations fall under that third category. So hiyo act of parliament ilipitishwa 2013, but because of divergent views on how to implement it, there were litigation, court cases that stopped implementation. We were not able to proceed with implementation for over 11 years. So this attempt that has brought us here today is like the fourth attempt to proceed with this journey, and because it has been very consultative, it has involved all stakeholders, we hope that now we'll succeed with the regulations because they are actually meant to benefit the sector. So this bid began with the presidential promise at the UN Civil Society Conference in 2024, in May 2024, where he gave a promise that he had also given during his campaigns that he will try to support the sector by spearheading the implementation of the Act by passing the regulations. So that the implementation of the Act finally began around May 2024, the same month that the President gave the promise at the UN Civil Society Conference. So the implementation began by, for instance, giving, publishing in the Gazette notice the Act and allowing for the formation of the tribunal that is established under the Act. Next. So why was it necessary? Some may ask, we already had the NGOs Act. We had regulations under the NGOs Act, and we had the NGOs Council as the government authority, as the government agency that was responsible for the NGO sector. So somebody may ask, why was it necessary now to embark on this reform process? So the reason, some of the reasons that made it necessary to come up with a new legal framework to be able to govern the NGO sector was because in 2010, we passed a new constitution that guaranteed, in that constitution, there are certain constitutional guarantees, freedoms and rights that needed to be actualized. Because this NGOs Act was passed in 1990, at that time, those of you who remember, the most current issue was democracy, expansion of the democratic space and freedom of expression. So this reform is supposed to give effect to those freedoms and rights that are provided by the Constitution in 2010. Because of the developments in the sector also, the charity sector, those people that operate under this sector, you understand that there are developments, global developments that have affected how, what were the donor priorities, what were the needs, what are the current needs for the Kenyan society that need intervention from public benefit organizations. So because of those kind of changes, it became necessary to come up with a new legal framework to govern the sector in a more responsive manner. Those of you that follow international or current events, you know that from the community, with the US pulling out funding from the USAID and proposing to wind up the USAID, which was supporting a lot of activities in the NGO sector. Because it's necessary also to look at ways in which these organizations that play a very critical role in the economy of the country, in how they can be made more sustainable, to enable them to be able to operate even when donor funding is unreliable or it's been withdrawn. So because of those kind of changes, it became necessary to do reforms. Most importantly, there was the element in the 90s and even in the previous regime, there was a feeling that government was trying to clamp down on the civil space, the civic space. Those of you who have been involved in civil society, you know that government had a rough brush with the civil society sector because they felt that government was trying to encroach on their civic freedoms and their right to associate and to give a contribution towards transparency and accountable governing of our country. So these regulations, under the 2013 Act, they have tried to entrench a principle that came from the sector itself, called self-regulation. This principle of self-regulation came out of the need for government to step back from controlling the sector to becoming an enabler on how they conduct their activities. So the the self-regulation principle is now encapsulated in the 2013 Act. It was legislated, so it's law that government now has to step back and allow room for the sector to self-regulate. By self-regulation, we mean the government steps back from managing the day-to-day affairs of how the public benefit organizations are run. Without meddling in their day-to-day affairs. So those are some of the reasons why it became necessary to the new legal framework. So those are the major changes that came with this new legal framework. So you can see the differences there. The NGOs Act of 1990 provided for registration of NGOs only. Now the new act provides for NGOs and other civic organizations that offer services of public good to join and benefit from the legal framework. The NGOs Act had established the NGOs Council as the main, that should be NGOs Board as the main regulatory body. There was also the NGOs Council for as a forum for all the NGOs to congregate. Now the new act provides for the Public Benefits Organization Regulatory Authority as the government body that is responsible for this sector. Back then we did not have a tribunal. The new act has established a tribunal. My colleagues maybe later will speak to that. That will be provides a hierarchy in which you can challenge the decisions made by the authority. If you're unhappy with a decision that the authority has made, then you will have room, yani unaweza kukata rufaa. Kwanza unaweza kuomba idara yenyewe ikaangalia tena uamuzi ambayo imefanya, but if you are unhappy with it, you can proceed to the tribunal, to the High Court and to the Court of Appeal. Another attempt that the new legal framework has made is to shorten the registration process. For most people that have registered organization under the previous regime, one of the major complaints that it will take too long between the period you make an application for registration and the period upon which you get the approval or when your approval is declined. That time, even a simple thing as doing an M search used to take quite a lengthy period of time. So under the new legal framework, there has been an attempt to streamline the registration process so that it's shorter and it enables those who want to participate in public good to take the shortest time in terms of setting up and registration. Next. So these regulations that I've shown you, the white document, they contain certain provisions, but this is a summary of what is contained in it. They provide for registration and recognition of PBOs, how to register. Yani ni njia gani ambayo unaweza kutumia ndio ukaweza kusajili shirika la kupeana faida kwa jamii. Then it provides for governance and institutional framework. By this we mean the PBOs themselves. How will they be governed? What is the governing mechanism, internal governing mechanism for the PBOs, and how they will be regulated? What is the role of the regulator in that framework? It also provides for sanctions and appeals. Once you've registered a PBO, certain obligations come with it. Kuna majukumu fulani lazima utekeleze. So the regulations provide, there are sections that provide for proposals on sanctions and appeals. Yani usipoweza kutekeleza majukumu fulani, ni nini kinaweza kufanywa, ama how do we look for solutions? What are the remedies? And then there is sections that guide on dissolution and deregistrations. Once you've registered a PBO, you've operated maybe for 2 or 5 years. Now you've gotten to a point where you either have achieved the objectives, you want to wind down, or you want to close it, or because of frustrations of either funding or other internal disagreements on governance, how do you proceed to close that organization? So those are the main provisions that are provided. Next. So one of the, so now we go direct to some of the provisions of the regulations. So the key definitions that are there that you need to take note of is they define what a public benefit organization is. In the regulations, that definition is also provided in the main act. They say it means a voluntary group of membership of individuals that come together for the public, for the purpose of promoting a certain public good. So that definition goes into detail to give the parameters of what a public benefit organization is. And it's also provided in Section 5 of the Act. So for you to qualify as a public benefit organization, you must be engaged in an activity that offers public good. It has to have a public benefit. So if you're engaged in a self-help group, mmekuja pamoja, mmesema nyinyi mnataka kufuga kuku, ama mnataka kufuga nguruwe as a group of youth, and you just want to better your economic status, just as a group of individuals, then you do not qualify to be called a public benefit organization, and then you will not qualify to be registered here. Here, you get registration if your activities are aimed to offer public benefit of a section of society that you have identified that needs intervention. Tuseme, you want to promote girl-child education in Nakuru, or you want to promote the environment. You want to contribute towards a more environmental friendly city in Nakuru. So those are some of the examples of public benefit that you can be engaged in. Or you want to eliminate poverty in a certain section of Nakuru County or in your location, but you do not have yourself and the people that have come together as the main beneficiaries. Yours is to come and contribute towards public good. Yani sio nyinyi wenyewe mnataka kujifaidi, but mmeketi mmeona there's a certain section of society that needs intervention, then you build an agenda of public good around that that need. So that's when you qualify. Then so there's provisions on Section 5 of the Act on what will qualify as a public benefit activity. And the regulations themselves, the Act itself provides for a list of the activities that you can engage in that will qualify, may be considered to be public benefit activities. Then once you qualify, then there's a definition of what a register means. Like once you qualify as a public benefit organization and you've been registered, then you'll be entered in a register. Yani kuna sajili ya serikali ambayo yale mashirika yote ambayo yanapeana faida kwa jamii na yamesajiliwa na serikali yatawekwa katika hiyo sajili. What is the significance? Once you identified as a public benefit organization, then you qualify to be recognized by government. If government was required to give you a referral as a registered organization, then you'll be found in that register. Next. So, so now we've said we've moved from the NGOs Act of 1990. Now we are under the Public Benefit Organization Act of 2013. Under this Act of 2013, how many types of public benefit organization can you register? Or how many types are recognized under the new legal framework? So for you to register, you may fall under any of these 4 categories. 1, you may be registered as a national public benefit organization. That means that you've been registered, and ideally you may have identified that you want to work in Turkana, but ideally you've been recognized as a public benefit organization in Kenya, and you can operate within the boundaries of the Republic of Kenya as long as you are promoting that particular public benefit that you have advanced for the purposes of registration. Then there's the second category of bestowed public benefit organization. So when I was speaking earlier, I said under this new Act of 2013, it's possible to register a CBO, a trust, a foundation. It can be registered as a public benefit because these CBOs, trust, and foundation, some of them are engaged in providing the kind of services that government will want to subsidize by, for instance, offering them tax exemption. So because of that, they're offering public good. It was recognized that apart from the NGOs, these other organizations that are registered under the Societies Act, that are registered under the Companies Act as companies limited by guarantee, they also should be entitled to benefit from some of those government subsidies that come with registration, with providing public good. So those that are already registered, they were offered a path to be recognized under the current regime by a procedure we call bestowment. Bestowment means you were already registered elsewhere, but now, because you want to be recognized under this new law, once you pass the criteria for recognition, then you'll be bestowed with a public benefit status that gives you the same rights as those that are already registered or registering anew under the Act. So this is really for those that were already operating in the sector, that were not NGOs, but or they were registered as NGOs, CBOs, trusts, and foundations. So this gives them a route to be recognized as public benefit organizations. Then there is international public benefit organizations. So this, for those that have an experience working in the sector, you know that there are organizations that are based elsewhere, they are registered elsewhere, but they want to support local activities. Maybe they have a little funding for CBOs. They want to put some money into trusts. They have identified a local organization that is advancing the same kind of agenda or are operating in the same kind of sector. where their interest is. So they just want to provide funding, but they do not want to operate locally. They just want to offer support. So those ones are registered as international public benefit organizations. However, if they are already registered elsewhere and they feel they need to come and operate locally, they want to set up an office, they want to be involved in direct implementation of projects, au sasa watahitajiwa pia waregister as exempt international, meaning that they are recognized as international PBOs, but due to their interest in direct implementation, they will be exempt to now be to engage in direct implementation of projects in Kenya. So those are the four main types of public benefit that are recognized under the new regulatory framework. So there are many requirements that and some vary slightly between the three types of categories, but in summary, for you to be registered as a public benefit organization, first you must make a name reservation. That name should be available for your use, for you to proceed. Then you have to do the application in the prescribed form. In these regulations that we've provided, at the back, there are different types of forms that give you the procedure for different types of applications. So hizo form ndio lazima uzitumie katika ombi lako la kusajiliwa. There's a provision that you have to pay the prescribed fees. For different types of registration, it provides, there's a schedule on fees, a proposed schedule on fees, so you'll have a look at it and also tell us whether you think the fees is fair or we need to increase it. We'll give you a chance to say. So then there are constituting documents. For every type of registration that you need to do, there are minimum constituting documents that you have to provide. Mostly, this will be the constitution, how you intend to govern yourselves. We've said the government wants to step away from being involved in who's the treasurer, who's the chairman. As long as you're able to do that within your organization, your work is to do it and then to present those names to government for recognition. Then there are proposed officials. You provide the list of your proposed officials, or your officials that you've agreed are going to run the organization. Then for all of this, you must provide us with meetings, the minutes of the meetings that you sat and agreed that we are coming together for the purpose of advancing a certain public good, and this is our meetings. The particulars of the office bearers, physical and residential address. So you must provide us with a physical location where if you want to be served with letters, documents, the authority wants to come and do an empowerment program, where do we communicate? Where do we find you? Next. So once you make an application under any of the four categories that we've already said, and then that application is approved, and now you become a recognized public benefit organization, somebody may ask then, what does that mean? Then what is the effect of that? So once you get registered and you are entered in the government register as a recognized public benefit organization, then you become, it becomes incumbent upon you to comply with all the laws that govern the sector. Now, because you become a legal person, once you get registered, you become a legal person, just like a company, just like a society. Then you are required to comply with all the laws that govern the sector and all the laws that govern the Republic of Kenya. So the main laws that you'll be required to comply, of course, are sector specific. The Public Benefit Act of 2013 these regulations, if they are approved by Parliament, and of course the other laws now are general laws for the rest of the country. But these are sector-specific laws that you have to comply with. Most importantly also, the effect of registration is that you become eligible to access any rights and the benefits that accrue to the public benefit organizations registered under the Public Benefit Act. Yani, ukishatambuliwa na sheria, sasa unaweza kufaidi kutokana na zile faida zote ambazo a registered public benefit organization should be able to benefit from. Like I've told you, one of the main ways the government has tried to subsidize the sector or to allow them to contribute towards national development is to recognize that because the public benefit organizations offer services that ordinarily should be offered by government, so they benefit from tax exemption. But you recognize also that this authority is not the one responsible for taxes, so all they do is to be able to recommend you to KRA that this is public benefit organization is playing a critical role that is supporting government in development agenda, and therefore we recommend that you give them a tax exemption. So now we've dealt with the issue of the registration process, the types of PBOs you can register, the registration process, the requirements for registration. Now we have to look at, like I told you, once you get registered, you are supposed to comply with certain regulatory frameworks. Certain obligations come with it. So it may happen that in the course of implementing your activities, certain occurrences have happened that make it necessary to either suspend the registration or to cancel that registration altogether. So this section deals with the grounds, some of the grounds upon which a public benefit organization that has been registered can be removed from the register. So hii sehemu inaongelea kuhusu ni nini inaweza kusababishwa baada ya kuwekwa katika sajili ya serikali pia ukaondolewa katika hiyo sajili, ama ukasimamishwa kufanya kazi kwa muda ndio upatiwe nafasi ya kutimiza yale masharti ambayo yanakuja pamoja na kusajiliwa. So this some of the grounds are dealt with in section 18 and 19 of the PBO Act, and on the regulation is regulation 16. So the Act already provides some of those grounds. As you know, that Act of Parliament, unlike these regulations, is already law. So whatever is provided in that Act, unless there is an amendment, it's the law that is already governing the sector. So those are already recognized grounds for suspension or deregistration. What we need to discuss though, some people, when I've seen some people frown when we are talking about cancellation and deregistration. Nothing of this kind will ever happen as a matter of emergency. It will not happen overnight. If you have certain requirements of law that you are supposed to comply with, before you get to the point where you're being deregistered or suspended, there is a requirement by law that you'll be given a notice being told that you failed to comply with certain provisions of the law, and therefore you given a show cause where you should not be deregistered. And then you'll be given a fair hearing to say, okay, I had a problem filing my returns XYZ, so I wish to be given 2 more weeks to do that. So nothing of this kind will ever happen arbitrarily, yani bila kujulishwa na kupatiwa muda wa kutimiza masharti ya sheria kabla uondolewe katika sajili. So some of the reasons why you can be registered is failure to comply with the constituting documents. we said at the point of registration, when you are making your application, you will come to the authority and say, apart from our list of officials, apart from giving you our residential, our physical and postal address, this is our list, this is our constitution. Yani, ndio katiba si wenyewe tumekubaliana itaongoza vile tutaendesha shirika letu. So ukishapeana ile katiba, hiyo ilikuwa uamuzi wenu nyinyi wenyewe vile mtaendesha shughuli zenu. But sasa mkifika time that you are not able to comply with your own constitution, and then there's a problem and some members come and say our officials are no longer complying with the constitution. So you may be suspended as that issue is being addressed. The failure to comply with law generally, I've told you that the main laws that govern the sector is the PBO Act of 2013. So that is the main law. In that law, there are certain reporting requirements to the regulator. So those are the, if you fail to comply with those ones, of course, you, like you said, you'll be given a notice. But if you fail to comply, you've been given a notice, you've been given an extension of time, and then you've refused to comply, then that may result in you being removed from the register. So the certificate that you are given is accompanied with the terms and conditions of what is already provided by law. So if you flout those ones, you may be removed from the register. Next. The second, the other issue is that whenever you make an application to government for registration, you are supposed to furnish government with certain requirements. Kuna yale maombi, ukipeana ombi ya kusajiliwa, kuna hilo ujumbe utapeana kwa serikali. Some of the information that you provide is your list of officials, your objects, basic things as your name and your ID. So if it's found that some of the representations that you made to government are false, like you made false representations, that can be a ground for the registration, suspension, and then the registration if it's found that it was flagrant. Like ulifanya hivyo makusudi na ulikuwa unataka kumislead the regulator to register you. The other issue that is already provided in the regulations, a proposal, is that if you fail to undertake your activity, the activity for which you are registered to undertake for a period of 1 year, this is another one that we would want you to give us input. For a period of 1 year, then the authority may reconsider your registration and say, you came and asked for registration, we've given you that public benefit status, but you have drifted away, na sasa wewe unafanya biashara zako, but you are on the government register, but you have abandoned that course for which you are registered. So you may be removed from the register. Next. So the proposal is that that period is 1 year, but we'll have your feedback whether that's sufficient or we need to extend it. So now we come to this section that is really a section to entrench that principle of self-regulation that we talked about. So once you get registered as a public benefit organization, by law, you can operate independently without joining any other forum, without being forced to associate with any other public benefit organization, and you'll be recognized by law as a public benefit organization, and all the rights and benefits that accrue to you as an organization will still be available to you. But like we said, government has tried to step back from this space and allow public benefit organizations that find a reason to come together, either as a forum, as a federation, to be able to do so. So once you get registered as a public benefit organization, the proposal in the regulation is that the Act already provides for recognition of forums. Like you can come together and be recognized as forums, as a forum. The reasons that may necessitate you to come together is either because you work in the same sector, you are all civil society-based right organizations, or you interested in education generally in a certain area, or you operate in the same geographical location. So you feel for you to be to better understand the sector or to join efforts, you find it necessary for you to congregate and form a forum. The law allows that. And the proposals in the regulation is that for you, once you form a forum, then you may say we want to operate as a forum, but for you to be recognized as a forum by the authority, then you need to be registered as a forum. But if you don't want to register, you can come together and associate within yourselves. But then you cannot engage the authority as a forum if you have not registered as a forum. For you to be recognized as a forum, the proposal is that we have 10 forums, a minimum of 10 PBOs forming one forum. So 10 PBOs can form a forum, but they can be more. So the proposal is at least, for the purpose of better regulation of the sector, we need at least 10 PBOs to form one forum. But they can be more. They can be 30, 50 onwards. So I've already addressed why you can come together, so we can move to the next. So minimum requirements for registration of a forum, like we said, it's like registering a PBO also. You need the name. So that you are recognized as a forum, you will need to present the authority with a name. You have to do the application in the prescribed form. Then you need to present the authority. Once you come together, as you know, this is a minimum of 10 organizations. These are individual public benefit organizations with officials. So if you come together, if you do not agree on how you are going to manage that forum, soon or later, you may run into trouble and then there will be problems. So it's also critical that once you come together as a forum, you put down in terms of a constitution or some governing document how you are going to govern that forum. So you need the constituting documents. If you operate within a certain area, then you will need to say what geographical spread you want to cover in that forum. Then the minutes of the meeting that resolved that we want to form a forum. These minutes, they would include also the minutes of individual public benefit organizations that have agreed to join the forum, because there has to be a decision of the individual public benefit organization also saying we have allowed our public benefit to join the forum. Then you will need, of course, the list of particulars of the office bearers and copies of certificates of the individual public benefit organization. Next. So we've said, in terms of that progression, you can register a public benefit organization, an individual public benefit organization. This individual public benefit organization can join and team up with others. Yani wanaweza kuungana na wengine na mashirika mengine ambayo tayari yamesajiliwa wakatengeneza forum. And it's possible because now you operate within a given area. Now you want to associate with other forums that are in that region. Maybe they are operating in the health sector, you are in a different sector, but you have something common that brings you together and that you would want to advance together as a collection of forums. So if you now want to form to come together as forums, then you will be recognized as a federation of forums. So this is really something that came from the sector itself, because I think they felt there was a monopoly of the forum that was provided by the Act and formed by government. That is still there. But they also wanted to be able to associate and form a federation of forum. So the proposal is that at least 5 forums can come together and now form what is called a federation of forums. Hizi vitu zote zinafanyika mbali na serikali. Mnajipanga wenyewe, mnasajili members zenu wenyewe, and then you just come and say, as operating in this area, sisi tumejiunga pamoja na tumeform a forum. Mnasema our officials are these ones. Our constituting documents ni hizi. Just recognize us, and then you will sign a recognition agreement with the government. So this is part of that attempt that we've spoken about in government trying to step back to an enabler and less of a control of the sector. So once you get come together as forums and form a federation of forums, then that federation can also be recognized by the regulator, which is the Public Benefits Regulatory Authority. So we'll deal with this section because it's one of the most critical section in terms of also ensuring that there's a bit of accountability, because we've said public benefit organization, when they are set up, it's possible that they get funding from donors, from organizations, and this funding is supposed to be for public benefit. It's not supposed to be funding to just benefit a group of individuals, but it's supposed to advance a cause that is meant for public benefit. So it's good for transparency and accountability for you to be able to show that you are registered. You said this is what you are going to promote. How are you going about that business? Or it was just a deception and your intentions were different. So some of the obligation, once you get registered as a public benefit organization, some of the major obligations that you will have is that you need to maintain up-to-date records of your financial activity, your inventory of assets, like what have you acquired to be able to advance that agenda, and you will be required to provide an annual progress report to show how you've gone about your business in advancing the public benefit objective for which you are registered. So there is a requirement then to also file annual return 6 months at the end of each financial year. So the Act provided for calendar year, but on discussions, and this is one of the sections of the Act that will need to be amended, the annual returns will be filed 6 months after the end of the financial year. So that's the proposal. Then you need to notify the authority of any material changes that you make in the management of your organization, or change in your objectives. So some of these material changes include, if for instance you change your constitution, you need to notify the authority, because when you are registering, you submitted a different constitution. So if you make changes to your constituting documents, you will need to provide an update so that the authority is also kept up to date. If you change your list, your officials, you've conducted an election within your mandate of internal management, you've carried out an election, you now have a new list of officials, then you need to notify the authority. If you change your address where you operate, you need to notify the authority. And other issues, like if you change how you're managing your finances, you've changed your bank accounts, all those kind of changes will need to be notified to the authority so that it's able also to collaborate with you in terms of ensuring transparency and accountability. And I think next. So we've said once you get registered, after some point, after you've run the public benefit organization for a period of time, it's possible at some point to feel maybe you've either achieved your objective or because of internal disagreements. Mulisema mnataka ku benefit education, some members feel they want to do some other different thing. You are no longer reading from the same page. So you may voluntarily say, because we are no longer in sync, hatujakubaliana, ile makubaliano tulikuwa nayo imebadilika, nia za watu wengine zimebadilika, you can agree to dissolve the public benefit organization voluntarily. Yani you go to the authority. Tulienda Ulaya, kuna mtu alisema atatupatia hela tukuje kufanya XYZ, we came to you, you gave us a certificate, but ule jamaa amezama, hayuko tena. Kwa hivyo hatuna hela za kufanya ile kazi ambayo tulisema tunataka kufanya, so you wind up. So there is that provision of voluntary dissolution. Like you can just present yourself to the authority, you say this is the certificate you gave us, these were our intended objective, but we are no longer interested in that. Then you will be allowed to dissolve, subject to you following the right procedure. Then there are instances where a public benefit organization may be deregistered involuntarily because of the intervention of the authority. For instance, you had a conflict. You tried to solve it internally, ikashindikana. You went to the tribunal, wale walikuwa wanataka wind up wakashinda. Wakaambiwa, you can go and dissolve that organization. Then you appeal to the High Court, the same verdict. So the court gives orders for the authority to come and dissolve that organization. So in that case, it will be a dissolution by a court order. So the authority has no choice but to assist in that deregistration process. So before you get to a point where the authority is intervening in your affairs, you need to do it yourself. But if you are unable to do it, then the authority in some instances may be allowed to intervene so that it brings order in the sector. So some of the reasons the authority may intervene is, like you said, is the court order, or if in the opinion of the authority you have failed to undertake the purposes for which you are registered, or upon assessment or inquiry, you are found to be engaging in illegal activity. That you said you wanted to register to benefit the public, but now you have gone to do activities that are not permitted by law. So finally, there is once you are allowed to deregister or to dissolve yourself, or the authority has intervened, if you had operated for some time, it's possible that you would have acquired certain assets to assist you to meet the objective for which you are registered. So some of those assets may include things like you had some money in the bank, you had already received some funding that is in the bank, or you have vehicles that you are using to move around to access the areas in which you are operating, or you have furniture and buildings that you had acquired in pursuit of the objective. So those assets, because first they were acquired from most probably donors, they were acquired for a specific purpose, to benefit the public, and then they were tax exempt. Government allowed them to be acquired without taxes, and therefore because of the objective of supporting government in development agenda. So those assets do not belong to the individuals or the officials of the organization. They belong to the public. So if you want to dissolve, you will be given the first priority to say these assets that we had acquired, which organization is carrying similar activity to what we are doing, and then they will be transferred to that organization. So the authority will give you the priority, the chance to first identify where you want those assets to be transferred to. The liabilities that you had acquired, how have you paid them before you come and say you want to dissolve? Ulikuwa umechukua deni ya vitu fulani kutoka maduka fulani. Have you paid before you say you want to dissolve? So that assessment will be done. But if you then you do not give a proposal on how you want your assets to be dealt with, then the authority will choose from among the, tulisema kuna sajili ya serikali. The authority will run through that and pick an organization that is most closely related to the area of activity you had proposed to work on or you are working in, and then those assets will be transferred to that PBO that is in that area. So those are the proposals that we have. Next is there, I think that, oh, so sorry. There's this element of, that has been a new introduction in the Public Benefits Organization Act of 2013. It's talking about engaging in economic activities. So under the new act, because of recognition of the changing landscape in donor funding, some donors now, for some organizations, it's not uncommon to find that 1 year after you set up an organization, the donor tells you, I mean, I had this kind of money, I thought I will support you for 5 years, but my things have not gone the way I hoped, so from next year, I'll not be able to fund your activities anymore. So you can see countries are also looking inwards. You've seen Trump, what he's doing in the US. Some countries are now refocusing their agenda to first dealing with their citizens. So in a bit, pia sisi tujipange. Because if the money that we hoped will come from donor community to benefit our country is no longer going to come, it doesn't mean we stop living. Lazima tujipange. Na hiyo kujipanga in this act comes in the shape of these provisions. Going forward, it is possible for public benefit organization to engage in limited economic activities to support the objectives for which they were registered. Kama ulikuwa umesema unataka ku eradicate poverty in a certain area, and you're already showing people how they can rear chicken or they can do pig farming to empower that category of people, then you can carry out projects that are related to the objective for which you are registered and use the proceeds from those economic activities to advance your objective. So this is an interesting provision because it will allow you to carry a limited activities that will be regulated by law. As you've said, first, they must relate to the objective for which you are registered to operate. And then those activities must not endanger the organization itself. Uwezi kuchukua pesa ya public benefit organization uka gamble nayo, ukaeka kwa kamari. Arsenal na Manchester wanacheza, ukasema hii pesa kidogo wacha nieke, nione kama itatoka kitu. Haitakubalika hiyo. Because partly that money that you will be putting in that is meant for public benefit. So the activities that you want to carry out, the economic must be safeguarded so that you do not lose money that doesn't belong to you in the first place. So it's an interesting provision that is supposed to ensure that public benefit organization will be self-sustaining even when there's limited or no donor funding. So that is some of the new innovations to try and support the sector to stand on its own feet, even when donor community is fledgling. So some of the key benefits of the draft regulation is that they have tried to provide that eligibility for tax exemption. They have tried to simplify the registration processes. Like we said previously, it will take like 90 days for you to get a registration. That period has been shortened. The proposal is that a maximum should be 60 days. But with the online the advancement of the registration processes to the online platforms, it's possible now to have that registration in a week or in a day, depending on how soon you can comply with the requirements. So there's a registration process that is digital, and for those of you that may have tried it, you can give your experiences. We've talked about self-regulations. I do not intend to belabor on that. Now, the decisions of the authority are subject to internal and external review. Umepeleka ombi lako la kusajiliwa. Authority imekuambia hili jina kwetu hatuwezi kukuregister kwa sababu tunaona kama alikubaliki. So you can appeal that decision first to the authority itself. That's called internal review. Unaweza kusema wacha niwaandikie niwaambie why I feel they should still register me. If you are not happy with that decision, then you can go to the tribunal that has been set up. Or you feel that the objectives that you advanced have not been accepted by the authority, then you can appeal. There's an appeal mechanism. So those are some of the benefits of this new legal framework. There's room to subject the decisions of the authority to both internal and external review. Of course, like we've said, in terms of coming up with regulations, we tried to benchmark with some of the advanced countries in terms of how to better facilitate the charity sector, and we borrowed a lot from some of those jurisdictions, and some of the aims for that borrowing was to ensure that we have better industry standards and that the sector is also current with the advancements that have been there in terms of the interactions between the authority and the public benefit organizations. Like we've said, there has been an attempt to ensure that the PBOs are sustainable in the face of dwindling donor funding. Also, finally, there's the element of transparency. Transparency is an interesting concept. They say those that ask for transparency sometimes themselves are not transparent. So some of the objectives of this exercise or these proposals is to ensure that going forward, everybody is also transparent. If you are calling for government to be transparent, how you run your affairs, let it also reflect that you appreciate that principle internally. I think that's, is there anything else, I think? So I wish to thank you very much for listening to me for the last 30 or so minutes. So that was giving you a quick summary of what is provided in the regulations. So like we said, we hoped that before you came here, you've had the opportunity to go through the regulations, and if you've not had that opportunity, there is still time we'll give you. But now in the next session, we are going to proceed by giving those who have written memoranda that they want to present first to do that. Once we are done with that section, then we'll give a Q&A session where you can ask any question that you have regarding what we've said, regarding what you've read in the regulations, and then we'll have the officers from the authority and ourselves addressing those questions. And then for those of you who have comments and proposals, we'll also listen to you. But most importantly, note that there's still room for those of you who are seeing this for the first time, or who have not had a chance to interrogate the document. Bado mko na nafasi mpaka June tarehe 25 ya kuwasilisha maoni yenu kwa idara. Towards the end of the session, we'll provide you the channels through which you can still present your opinion. But for now, I would want us to move directly into the session for memorandums, presentation of memorandums for those that already have written memorandum. So, can I see by show of hand, nani wale wamekuja wamejipanga na memorandum? Those are like 9. Thank you very much. Tuwapigie makofi hao wamechukua muda kuandika maoni na maswali yao. So once we give you a chance to present your memorandum, the good thing with written information, they say a document speaks for itself. Already umeshasema kile ulitaka kusema kiko pale ndani. So what we'll need you to tell us is, give us your name, give us where you come from, which county you've come from, and in a summary way, if you are representing an organization, you come and say which organization you are representing, and then you can give us a quick summary of what you have in the so first we'll have the memorandums received, and then in the order in which we receive them, we'll give you a chance to say in summary what's contained in your memorandum. So we'll proceed. I think you can all come in front so that then we'll give you a chance later to give us a brief summary of what you said. So we'll request our board member, Madam Regina, to come and help us to receive the memorandums. Ngoja kidogo wale watu wa picha, just a minute. Before you submit it, watch us say Regina where it comes from, and then you can submit it.
See, accept the name later.
Okay.
Later. You compare that too. I'll give you order for Nakuru. Huh? Hii forum yako lakini sababu ikifika hivi kupatia order.
This is okay. So let's have some order, because we want us to know which organization is presenting. So we'll have some order so that the people taking photos can also take. So you'll say your name, where you come from, and then you present the name. Okay.
Good morning. My name is Michael Mora Mushai. I run an organization called Alternative Justice Systems Mashinani Initiative Kenya, dealing with access to justice here in Nakuru. But I stand here on behalf of the South Rift region, the Forum of Federations, and I believe most of the members are here. Maybe by show of hand, how many members of the South Rift region are here? Maybe wasimame tu, wasimame. Wasimame. South Rift region. Thank you very much. Now, on behalf of these members, we've had a number of sessions, and they came up with a document for ease of saving time. Prepared a document which we need to present on their behalf. They're all the way from Kajiado, Narok, Bomet, Baringo, and everywhere else. And they put their views in a document. There are a few gentlemen who need to just expound on a few of the articles. We just have 3 members of the team. Maybe they'll be given time at some point. But this is the document. Thank you very much, Madam.
So ukipata nafasi ya kupeana document usikuwe na haraka. Tumesema tumekuja hapa kwa ajili yenu. Usikuwe na haraka, una pose vizuri, unapigwa picha, ndio ukirudi pahali ulitumwa kutoka uko na physical evidence ya kuonyesha ulikuwepo hapa. So next.
Yeah, thank you very much. Visitors from Nairobi, you're most welcome. My name is Daniel Murugu, and I came here for public participation. I want to make full disclosure. Number one, I don't have a direct interest in this process, madam. I don't have any direct interest. Of course, I want to salute all the participants who are in one way or the other engaged in this noble duty of actually helping our people in Nakuru. And I would say that in Nakuru, you are doing very well. So we normally assemble here for various meetings, and today is fully packed. Maybe there are people who are coming here for the first time, so we want to welcome you in this hall because we always see ourselves for other meetings. So wale watu wengi wa kawaida kwa hii hall, simameni. Wale watu wetu unakujaga hapa kila siku kawaida. Haya, hii ndio mswada yao. For this document, madam, I want to make some summary remarks. Boss, my only interest is because this process inatumia pesa ya serikali. Me, I do public policy lobbyist. So this process, there's an aspect of use of public money. Maybe that would be my interest. So, on number one, name reservation, your document wants to do it at 3 years, or 3 names. On name reservations, your document, I read this document 3 days ago. You want to give it at 3 names for him. I want him to do 5 names so as you can be able to you can assist him to pick the name he wants. So instead of him giving 3 names, I would want any prospective NGO or CBO to give 5 names, for which now you can be able to, you can allow him to use whichever may be applicable. So what is 3 on?
Malize kwanza. Tukupatia nafasi huko. Okay, next ule ako na memorandum. Okay.
My name is Yusuf Gidinji from IBUT, Institute for Biodiversity and Upscaling Technology. We deal with the environment. I'm very concerned, and I'm very happy to say that all of you are here, and you are the people who are up in arms, telling Serikali you have to be accountable, you have to be transparent. On this issue, Section 12, Section 21. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll give you a chance to say.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Kabiru Daniel. I work for an organization called St. Martin Catholic Social Apostolate in Nyahururu. And we work in Laikipia County, Nyandarua, and Nakuru County. And we want to present our memorandum.
Thank you very much. Thank you for following those instructions as well. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Next.
Good morning, everyone. Hello. My name is Andrita Njambi from the Health NGOs Network, that is HENET. We are a national network of CSOs and NGOs. I'm the regional coordinator for Laikipia, Baringo, and Isiolo. So Laikipia being one of the counties taking part in this public participation, I have come to present a memo as well. But this one is the national consolidated memo from all the CSOs in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can now present your mpigie makofi. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Mary Mureithi. I work with Pathways Policy Institute as an assistant program associate. We've come all the way from Laikipia. Pathways does advocacies and policies around health and climate justice. We are here to present our memo, and we are here with our founder too. He can wave from where he is.
Picha basi tafadhali, present your memorandum. Pigie makofi. So, next.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is James Mwaneki, working at for organization called Association of Physically Disabled of Kenya. I represent director. APDK is a national NGO, or now public benefit organization, and I have a brief memo representing the director, National Association of Physically Disabled of Kenya. I coordinate those activities in Nakuru County. Thank you.
Asante. Pigie makofi.
Hello everyone, praise the Lord. Okay, my name is Pastor Ruth Mwaura. I'm also a panelist there in AJS. We have our chairperson here. Okay, and I have many titles. You hear I'm a pastor, I'm a teacher, I'm a panelist, and CHP, Community Health Promoter. And I thank God for all those titles, because I read in the book of Philippians 4:13, I can do all things through Christ who strengthened me. So I'm strengthened to do all those things. And I'm here because I am the director and a founder of a CBO that is called Hope Alive, where we cater for the community and also for the environment. And because I was, as I was coming from home, I was not coming here. Even I didn't know that there is something like this. I had a section in AJS, so I went there. But my brother, who we work with, told me about this, so I came. And that is why I'm here. I was asking whether I can present mine afterwards, because I have to go to Saber and print it.
Pastor mmeona amekuja ana memorandum, lakini anasema nataka baadaye. Sawa? Sawa basi keti. Asante. Pigie makofi.
Thank you so much. My name is Paul Masese. I serve at the Center for Enhancing Democracy and Good Governance. I'm also the convener of Nakuru County Civil Society Organizations Forum. This is different from the other one, but at the same time, we are also members of South Rift PPO's forum. Note that there's no federation in this one. So I would request colleagues from Nakuru County Civil Society Forums just to stand and wave so that they can see we are quite a number here. Members of NACSOF, thank you so much. That we are providing feedback on, and I'm leaving. I must travel. I'm leaving immediately after this, so perhaps I request that my co-convener, Madam Pansy, raise your hand. She will have opportunity to give a brief highlight on the memorandum. But for emphasis, I want us to strike a balance between regulation and facilitation. The regulatory role of PIPORA and the facilitative role of PIPORA. We need to strike a very healthy balance between those two. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Pigie makofi. Thank you, Madam Regina. Next, please let's be brief so that we will have so that we extend the session for contributions to Semejina County so that we have a more robust discussion after this.
Okay, how are you members? I am Ms. Njeri Maina. I am the founder and executive director of Precious Future Empowerment Initiative, whose office is in Nakuru. I am also a board member of the National Council for Persons with Disabilities on national level. So for us, we preferred to forward ours on email, but I have to register that here. And it's specifically about issues of disability. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You can pause for a photo before you leave. Okay, next, please, madam, proceed.
Praise the living God. I'm Bishop Dr. Jane Mombi Nyeve, or you can call me Jane Mombi Kinyereria. I'm here on behalf of Mau Mau War Veteran Association as the patron, and I'm here on behalf of Mau Mau War Veteran CLG MMV Associates, that is Mau Mau Veteran Associate CLG Company Limited by Guarantee. I'm here because of Mau Mau Children Post-Colonial Rights, where I am a director too, and a Mau Mau Indigenous Knowledge and Jeremiah Moge Foundation. I'm here to give our document for the above mentioned entities as we fully submit to the government of the Republic of Kenya, for there is no government without which God has instituted it. We fully support the ongoing public participations, which will conclude on Friday, the 18th day of July 2025, under the public notice which was on the Daily Newspaper on 17th June 2025 by the Public Benefits Organization Regulation. We advocate inclusivity of all the marginalized, the disabled, women and children. We advocate structures, leadership structures to be made by the PBO Regulatory Board so that the civil society may be in a position to know what is public benefits organization. Whom does the PBOs benefit? Because before it was the NGO. It has been a journey with those that have walked from when the NGOs were made PBOs in KICC. So every step, every day, as the Bible says, life is a journey, and my chosen one will not labor in vain. I believe all those that we carry, and the civil society and the people of God, and the civil society in this whole country, as these now PBOs that were enacted in 2013 and now have been actualized, will go a long way to help this whole country. So long as you know what does it take to be a member or to register a PBO. May God bless you, may God keep you, because God makes everything beautiful at its time. And the end of the matter always is better than its beginning. And therefore we commend our president, the government of Kenya, for their efforts to make sure that the PBO Act was assented. I know it was assented. There are some notes I have written here. It was assented, and therefore it is waiting to become a law. Once it becomes a law, Kenya will be a better place to live in. Thank you, this honorable team, who have worked a whole month. The PBO authority team, you have not gotten tired. We were with you the other day in Mombasa. I feared to go to Lamu to be carried by a boat. I sent somebody. Surely, sitting in a boat now going to Lamu for this public benefits organization to stand in the gap for these fathers who have suffered for many years, ever since 1952. And as a clergy, as a bishop, I had to pour anointing oil to remove these curses that our fathers cannot access a coin. They are dying each day like flies without getting what is rightfully theirs. We request our president in a very special way, because he is the final authority in the land of Kenya. He is the final say in the Republic of Kenya to have mercy about these fathers, and these fathers to get justice. Because when the king was in Kenya, 2023 November, the king said, I welcome every talk of compensation for our fathers and for the generations. And that was the birth of Mau Mau children post-colonial eras, because the fathers have died. Most of them have died. But the fathers had sons, they had daughters, and now we are a generation. 6 days later, Wagging Him, the British commissioner, said his country entertained compensation talk. And therefore, who can realize all this? Our president of the Republic of Kenya. We are humbled and we pray for him. And we thank you very much wherever you are seated in State House, because you have now acted on these PBOs. May God bless you. May God keep you in Jesus' mighty name. Thank you very much.
Give him a coffee. Yes, yes. Oh, just present it and then we'll recognize the team. Yes, yes. Uh-huh. Yes. Uh-huh. No, we'll give you a chance. Actually, they will have a chance to contribute. We'll give you that opportunity later. For now, just present the memo, and we really appreciate the Mau Mau team. Yes, yes. We'll give you a chance now, please.
Thank you very much.
Asanteni sana. Ujue sasa Reverend amesema kwanza ako na access to God. He can pray for me or he can curse me. Then hao ndio walipigania Mau Mau. Asa alichukua liberty ya extend his time, but we thank her for the contribution. Nashukuru sana. And then this team for Mau Mau, just to give you a short preview why they are here today. Like they have worked with us from the time we began this process. Tulipoanza pale Garissa walikuwepo, tukaenda Meru, Nyeri, tumeenda Machakos, tumeenda Turkana, tumekuja Eldoret, tukaenda Kakamega, Kisumu, wamekuwepo na sisi, and they have given us very nice contributions. And you can see, these are the kids of the Mau Mau freedom fighters. Na kuna wazee wenyewe wa Mau Mau walikuwa hapa, hata kuna wengine wameketi huko. So we thank you all for your contribution towards the independence of the country and for those that paid the price. So you see why I was very badly placed to cut him as she was speaking. Tumpigie makofi, tuwapigie makofi wote. So now I believe that we've done the section for written memorandums. There is no opinion that is small. All of you are entitled to give your views, questions, comments. So that was one session of it. So now we'll proceed to give those who have questions, comments. Is there more memorandum? Okay, questions. Okay. So this is how we are going to proceed. We'll give you, so tutawapatia nafasi ya kuuliza maswali. Baada ya kuuliza maswali, yes, we are, unless there is any more presentation. Sorry? Yes. Yes. So that was presentation of the memos. For those who have contributed and still feel it's necessary to give comments, we'll give you each like 3 minutes. Ikienda sana 5. Because also we don't want to lock anybody out, to give us a summary of what you said in the memos. And then we proceed to the question and answer session. Is that okay? Tuko pamoja? So for those that have presented memos, so now, ladies and gentlemen, you know we also have to be people of integrity. When they were presenting their memorandums, we said we'll give them a few minutes to summarize. So we don't want to change the rules midstream. Waseme kumbe mlitudanganya, tupigwe picha tuende nyumbani. So for those who feel it's necessary to say a summary of what is contained in the memos, we'll give you a chance. And for everybody else that is within this forum, we have all day. We have come here for this exercise. We'll not leave this hall until all of you that came to contribute have had a chance. So usikue na wasiwasi hata kidogo. Tuko pamoja? Hata ikifika saa 12 ama saa 1 na bado kuna watu wa kusema, we'll still be here for those who have contributions to make. So wacha tuende na huo utaratibu. For those that already presented their memos, wasiseme tulibadilisha sheria katikati. Tuko pamoja? Yes. So the first person that presented the memo, who was that? The Kuja.
Thank you very much. No, it's okay. We had a few people we'd appointed to just give their input in summary on very particular areas. And I'll ask Bwana Mushemi, Madam Joyce, and Jonathan to just come, and we'll be given 5 minutes. Let's utilize the 5 minutes wisely and present ourselves. Thank you. Jonathan, just come over, and Madam Joyce, she's coming. Fine.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is a summary of South Rift position paper, which was presented by Mr. Mwaura. The counties which were represented were Nakuru, Bomet, Kajiado, Kericho, Nakuru, Laikipia, Baringo, including Samburu. And what was agreed in this group met of about 80 NGOs, or BPOs for that matter, on 11th, and so we found that there is constitutional provisions at stake include Article 10, Article 31, Article 36, Article 47, Article 50, 160, and 172. That was contained in the paper which we presented. And also following, there was a strong support for implementation of PPO Act, which we felt that the PPO authority did. And there were some serious concerns regarding centralization of power at the PPO authority, a demand for regulatory safeguards that protect civic space and organizational independence, and there was consensus that the regulations must reflect both constitutional and high court ruling. Then key areas of concern and recommendations that were made in that paper were automatic transition versus re-registration. Second is lack of procedural fairness in suspension and re-registration. Then the coercion, that's number 3, coercion into national federation membership. And then number 4 is violation of privacy and data protection. Included also in the memorandum that we submitted was independence of oversight bodies. Number 6 is proportional compliance requirements. Number 7 is excessive discretion and overreach by PPORA, and lack of recognition for self-regulation. That is, those are some of the findings that when we went through the regulations, we found those problems. I don't want to go into it deep, but I'm just summarizing them. Number 9 is duplication with other legal frameworks. I don't want to explain further because of time. Number 10 is exclusion and public voices in regulation drafting. 11 is unreasonable fees and administrative costs. Those were some of the issues, areas that we tackled. And I think my friend also, if he has time, he can expound on it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good people, I think I need to reiterate on the directions you've given. We've said we're here for the sake of every opinion. So, like my friend said, already those who have the opinions in written form, they have already put the opinion down and we've received them. Please, when you get a chance, do not go into the details of what you've already presented. So just say in summary what you've provided us, and if you don't think it's necessary to again speak through the document, then that's also an acceptable proposal because you have already contributed. Sio ni sawa? Okay.
Stop me. Now, thank you for the time. Automatic transition and registration, we suggested that all NGOs or all organizations that were registered under NGO Act be automatically transited to PBO. Process of suspension and cancellation, of course you know there is the High Court decision. We recommend written notices detailing allegations, minimum 30 days response, independent review, panels, and proportional enforcement of if minor infractions would trigger corrective measures. Legal basis, Article 47 High Court ruling, voluntary association, that will be free to associate or not to associate. Legal basis, Article 36, freedom of, privacy and safeguards for disclosures. Limited disclosures to aggregate donor and beneficiary data. Professional contact details of board members. Data to be submitted through secure encrypted portals. Retention limit 5 years maximum. And then they can be removed from the authority. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joyce Karanja. I represent an organization known as Wiping Tears of Women organization that operates in 4 counties, that is Nakuru, Trans Nzoia, West Pokot, and Turkana. So I'm here because I'm a member of Nakuru Civil Society Organization and also a South Rift member. So, on issue of fees, this is what we proposed, that application for the name search should be 1,000. The proposal that was written here, it was 2,000. So we proposed for 1,000. I'm not going to take so much of your time because I'm only talking about fees. So application for extension of a proposed name also should be 1,000. Application for registration as a national public benefit organization, they had proposed 20,000, but for us, we thought 16,000 should be the ideal amount. Then on the application of registration as international public benefit organization, the proposal that was here was 40,000, but we have proposed for 30,000. Then the filing of annual returns for a registered public benefit organization, they had proposed 4,000, but for us, we are proposing 2,000. Then notification of material changes in a public benefit organization, they had proposed 15,000. Now here, we want it to, the breakdown should be there. If it is constitutional change, how much are we supposed to pay? If it is change of name, how much is it supposed to? So there should be a breakdown of this amount. And in those breakdown, we said 2,000. Because it is not clear, it is ambiguous, because when you say notification of material changes in a public benefit organization, so which are these material changes? So there should be that breakdown, and it should not be 15,000. We proposed 2,000 each. Then application for a replacement or certified copy of a certificate of registration or permit of registration, we proposed 2,000. Then on Form 14, this is the last one. I'm not going to take much of your time. This is the last one. Form 14, we are proposing for amendments. Instead of geographically, just write geographical based, not geographically. There is no such word in English. Thank you.
Huyo mwanadada kwa mchango wake. Pigia mzee pia anasema na mbwagua huyo.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So wale tunaongea tu. Thank you very much. High table na washikadau wenzangu. I want to be very brief because looking at time, I don't want to stand between yourself and your lunch and also maybe those who have to travel. I came here purposely, madam, to challenge this document legally. So we had a big team here ya wale watu wanafanya kazi ya NGO na wapongeza sana. Mimi nimekuja kutoa mswada kulingana na sheria. I think it's Article 10 of public participation. So I came to challenge this document. Today you are saying that you are public benefit organization, a regulatory authority. Madam, when you are NGO board, I came to KICC for 1 week for your annual NGO week. I was in Nairobi for 1 week, sponsoring myself in a meeting for the NGO week. So I am very conversant with what you do. So I go in now to give my submissions. I go section by section, but very briefly. On preliminary, clause number 3, who is the lawyer here? Nani wakili? Yourself, okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, madam, thank you. What about Nakuru? Clause number 3, you have given 2 parameters, but then I want to purpose to add number 3 and objectives. Objective 1, 2 yako, 1, 2, naongeza yangu ya 3, mergers and acquisition of public benefit organization. We'll have to merge like how bank do. So you've given 2 objectives. I purpose to add 1. So this is your document, eco week. On part 2, clause number 4, on name reservation, you want them to do 3 names. Then today here in Nakuru, I want to be quoted. I suggest any NGO will submit 5 names that maybe you can be able to assist them now to get the right name. So when you provide 3 names, today I'm recommending that we do with 5 names. So when mwenye NGO mpya, utapeana majina yako 5 kwa hawa. Akipata hiyo jina kuna mtu anatumia, then ndio utapata jina yako ile unastahili kutumia. Because we cannot have 2 NGOs using the same name. I think that's the reason for this. Thank you. Registration on number part 3 on registration. I want to close number 7. I want to add number C, that any prospective owner of an NGO must make full disclosure on the sourcing of your seed capital. NGOs, this is not a good message for you. You cannot form an NGO. You must have the seed capital to do that. But then, what is the source of that seed capital? Madam Director, this is a question we should be asking ourselves. If unaanzisha NGO, lazima uwe na pesa kidogo. Mimi mwananchi mlipo ushuru, nataka kujua hiyo pesa yako ya kuanzisha NGO imetoka wapi? Na ndio sheria tulikuja kutunga hapa. I hope I'm very clear on that one. Kuna hii section inahusu registration. Registration of international NGOs. My recommendation is representation ya hiyo NGO kimataifa. 2/3 of the officials must be Kenyans. If the officials are 9, you can get the number of Kenyans to be officials. You know, in public participation, you don't harass people. Yeah, please, you allow me, this is my time. So, on registration, officials, international NGOs shall have 2/3 of Kenyans as official. Imaliza hiyo. Kuna hii cancellation ya license, suspension. Boss, don't consult when I'm talking here. This one, clause number 16, sikia hii. Kama ni kufunga NGO. This one, I want this to be effected or immediately, where an official of an NGO engages in all forms of violation, for example, child abuse na gender-based violence. Iko wazungu ninaona hapa wanashtakiwa kila kwa magazeti kila siku. Anasema children's home na hiyo jioni kazi nyingine anafanya mbaya. So, this is my recommendation wakili. Under clause number 16, in terms of cancellation or suspension of maybe a license, any official of an NGO who engages in all forms of violation, for example, child abuse, munajio maneno, gender-based violence, ya wafanyakazi, you should terminate the license or just immediately. This is my recommendation here today. I came here for public participation. In terms of forums and federation, Madam Director, this is administrative wise. I think for forums, you better do it where you don't have a regional office. Of course, Nakuru, you have a regional office of Rift Valley. Because I know you're not well spread all over the country. Then, the NGOs in a particular area where you don't have an office, maybe that is actually where maybe 5 of them or 10 of them, as you said, can form a forum. Then they're able to regulate themselves. But then for where, like in Nakuru, we have the office here. And yesterday I visited the office here. We have very good people running the Nakuru office. I was here yesterday. We have no problem. I don't see the sense within maybe Nakuru having a kind of a forum. But then if we are allowed to have a national federation, Wakili, that one I support. A federation should be a kind of a national entity. Not that Nakuru you have a forum and then you have a federation. We can have a federation of all NGOs. And I'm speaking very powerfully because me, I grew up in a children's home in 1979. We are today 2025. Me, I grew up in a pesa ya wazungu. Hapa Nakuru pale chini. So, I'm a product of charitable work. I came here to support, but then with very genuine concern. So, forums, maybe where you don't have a regional office. And for that, Nakuru does not fit in that bill. Of course, now for a federation, we can have it one nationally, but not all over. In terms of engaging in economic activities, that one I support. Because if you are an NGO and you have 5 acres of land, can't you grow maize to support your food sufficiency and whatever? If you are able to put a matatu on Githurai to Kahawa Road, can't you get extra money for that? So, Wakili, on the aspect of engaging in economic activity, I support fully very much. And as I finish, this is you can confirm. Hii ndio siku hii hall imejaa kabisa. Na ndio, as I said, mimi sina interest yote. Wakili, in a procedural kind of public participation, whenever you have this session, and because Madam from Mau said that you've been to Lamu and all over, Director, we normally have a national validation of this exercise. So the guarantee I want from you is that as you sit here today, you've been to Mombasa, you've been to Garissa, all over. My last recommendation says that you must give us a national validation meeting. That is how we do it in public participation. So that today Nakuru we can pick about 50 people who may be invited to KICC for the national validation. Of course, when you pick 50, I don't want to be there myself. I know the CS will invite me officially. CS yao ni ya interior, ni rafiki yangu. Tanialika kwa mkutano tu. Exemption. I want to finish on this one, Director. Exemption. When you say that an international NGO cannot pay to the KRA 75,000, Director na wakili, I'm very opposed on the issues about exemptions. Anasema international NGO haitalipa kujisajili. Lakini we engineer ya South Africa, wewe ulikuwa South Africa. I want to give an example. To do your NGO ya Nakuru ya watoto ya ECD, serikali inataka ulipe 5,000. But then international NGOs like World Vision, you want to give exemption. Madam, I'm very much opposed against exemption. All NGOs must be able to honor what is now the categorization of their licenses. We support the government. You people, you are well-intentioned. You are good intention to support the government. In terms of, kuna watu walisema ni wa health, wengine wanasema ni NGO za barabara, wengine hiyo kazi mnafanya ni mzuri. I came here to support this exercise, despite the fact that maybe wengine wanaona kama watachelewa. Na wale wametoka kaunti zingine zote, na washukuru sana. Thank you.
Asante sana. Mpigie makofi. I think he's made very useful contributions. So amepeana mchango wake mzuri. Kuna baadhi ya mambo ambayo yamezungumziwa, tutapata nafasi ya kueleza, part of which is that issue about tax exemption. That exemption does not refer to tax exemption, but in terms of registration requirements. So that will be expounded by our officers as we go on, but I thought it's important to bring that we are not discriminating in terms of registration. So any more of those that, let me have that list. Those that gave memorandums, whoever feels like it's necessary to highlight what they already presented, you can do it in a summary way. I keep saying that. All right.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bansi Kubudha. I work for an organization called Center for Transformational Leadership, but I'm here representing the Nakuru Civil Society Forum. My colleague Masese presented the memorandum. I just want to highlight that our memorandum actually speaks to several things. First of all is definitions and clarity of some terms that have been used there. For example, if you look at Regulation 6.1, it uses a term like closed business associate. We feel that is so open, and it risks loopholes or technicalities for private benefit organizations. So we are recommending an amendment there, providing clarity of when we talk about closed business associates, who exactly are they. We are also recommending some amendments in the regulations. For instance, in Regulation 4.3, where we talks about registration, and it provides for, upon receipt of the application under Subregulation 1, the authority shall conduct a search on the proposed name of the public benefit organizations. We are recommending that we specify within what period that will be done, and we have recommended within 7 days that the search is conducted and a feedback is given. The memorandum also proposes some additions. Specifically, when we looked at the Act, it actually has created a new obligation on every state organ to implement its policies in a manner that supports and promotes the enabling environment for PBOs. When we look at the regulation, there isn't a regulation that is speaking to these. This being a new obligation created by the Act, there's currently no standardized guidance to support state organs to fulfill their legal obligations. And so we are recommending, or we are proposing a new provision there, that the authority will collaborate with the federations to develop national guidelines on the implementation of policies towards enabling legal environment for PBOs. So you will find some new proposals there. There are also areas that we have proposed that we delete in the regulations. They are stipulated in the memorandum, and we have spoken at length on Schedule 1, which speaks about the fees. And I want to amplify what my colleague already talked about. There are many notification of material changes. The regulations highlight the material changes. But a flat rate of 15,000 if I want to change bank signatories or the constitution, anytime I want to make it, we feel like that is so high. And we also feel like our colleagues have said, we need actually to tabulate those figures and provide fees that actually are commensurate to the change that PBOs are recommending. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mpigie makofi. So, do we have any more people from the memorandums that still feel they need to give opinion? Okay.
My name is Yusuf Gidinji. Please, I work for IBUT, Institute for Biodiversity and Upscaling Technology. My concern is part 5, recognition of forums and federation forums. And I talked about, we want to introduce section 2C, which in accordance to the Constitution of Kenya 2010, we have to devolve the forums down to the lowest level, where all the PBOs are working. They need to be represented. And we are suggesting that those forums must relate with national forums. And throughout this regulation, that relationship is very vague. There is no inclusivity of the PBOs on the ground at the national level. And therefore, if something wrong is happening on the ground, there is no representation, your voice is not there at the national office. And please, I am differentiating the authority and the forums. We want forums, we want any NGO. We are introducing several categories. County level, we need to have forums. Regional level, we need to have forums. And those forums which do not intend to associate with any forum, we also need to have independent forums. And we have stated very categorically that it may be thematic depending on what you do, but we need your voice. We need a PBO not to be suppressed on the ground there when you're working. We need to know that you are represented at the national level. You can be able to forward your views. And secondly, we can be able to empower each other. We do not want to see some NGOs or PBOs who are on the ground without funding. In those forums, we are supposed to help each other, do fundraising so that we can be effective in what we do day to day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Pigie makofi. Vile nakuona you are a young person, take the least time. I hope you can summarize it in 3 minutes.
Actually, I have only 2 additions. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Kabiru Daniel, and I work for St. Martin Catholic Social Apostolate. And I'm happy that today we are gathered here to give our proposals on the new act that is proposed. Just 2 things. On the second schedule, if you look at that form, it proposes the act, the fact that there are organizations which are already registered as a trust. And the question is, are we also required to register again as PBOs? The fact that we are already registered as a trust. There was an issue that was also raised about the fees. And for me, it is unfair that PBOs have to pay such huge kind of fees. Yet the government proposes to support them by not charging such kind of fees. And I would even say, other than proposing a certain fee, that they should be free. There is also the issue of payment of fees when filing the returns. I think it should be free for civil society organizations and PBO. And finally, there is the issue of conflict between PBO Act and the Data Protection Law, and the scope of sensitive personal data. Under the Data Protection Act, personal details like family information, donor identities, and health status are considered sensitive data and require special handling. Why are you asking us in this act to provide such kind of information? I think it's already, the act is conflicting with the data protection law. My submission, thank you.
Pigie makofi. Anybody else from the memorandums that still feels? So I think now we can go to the Q&A, right? Okay. So we'll start with the, Mzee has been quite anticipating this session. So we'll begin with him. I saw her hand somewhere there. We'll go there and then we'll proceed to the, then we'll take another round of questions, or we'll take yours as well. We want to take like 5 questions and then we answer them, and then we take another round of questions.
My Lord and my ladies, my name is Pastor Belly. I'm holding brief for an organization called Action Movement Network. We specifically deal with persons able differently. To be more specific, the cerebral palsy and mentally impaired person. My name is Pastor Belly Otieno. Now in law, fact are stubborn, what we normally call res est loquitur. Now, and I'm addressing the legal counsel because once you have a tribunal in place a tribunal must be quasi-judicial. That means it ought to operate like a judicial process. So my prayer is simple, that once we have such a body, the tribunal should not be like any other organization, because aggrieved parties apply to be listened to. So I pray that the word quasi-judicial system should be implanted there to ensure that the proceedings of the tribunal will capture the interest as what happens in a court of law. My Lord, again, we are talking about devolution, as stipulated in law in Article 6, Sub-Article 1, that says that we have 2 levels of government whose functions and parameters are provided for in the 4th schedules of the Kenyan Constitution. Now, if, for instance, you have an authority that is domiciled in Nairobi, it will be very hard for us to assess the authority if the offices are in Nairobi. I pray that let us devolve these offices so that people can be able to access the services well articulated. My Lord, this is a regulation. A regulation does not cancel an act. You know, in law, a regulation simply operationalizes the act. And if you read the Constitution between the lines in Article 2, Sub-Article 4, any other law that is not consistent with the Constitution forms an upper hand. The Constitution is supreme. Now, this is a proposal that brings a regulation that somehow cancels the act. I foresee where people will go to court. Because the kind of regulation that we are seeing here is so enormous. For instance, when you provide figures, as what is being proposed here in the 1st schedules, and figures are dynamic, like for example, you say, oh, registration 2000, whatever. I think when we are having a regulation, it must be in tandem that let us not be people who are quantifying figures. Because figures are dynamic. Today, it might be 1,000. Tomorrow, it might be 2,000. So my prayer is that once you have a regulation, please be very careful when it comes to the issues of figures. That's the least. We are a persons able differently. We apply for waivers in most organizations like Nakuru County. Please, I pray that let us have an input where, if at all there is an issue, a body that deals with persons with disability, that should be waived. It will inhibit some of the organizations to be registered if there's a figure for there. Last on the list is the issue of, you've told us CBO. And CBO, majority of them are registered through the society that are simply controlled by the government. Now, and you've talked about being empowered. Now, the issues of independence. If this is a CBO that is registered through the society and the Ministry of Government, how independent will these bodies be? Now that they are confined with the CBO. Those remains to be an obiter dictum. God bless you.
Asante. Pigie makofi. Let's get, there was the mzee before you. Then we will take your question.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mine is just about suggestions. There are one.
Just say your name.
Adens Kawidi. Adens Kawidi from Nakuru City Residents Association. In fact, today I just represent myself. The forums should be compelled to be together, merged, to avoid duplication and fragmentations. Annual returns should be audited, should be 4 months instead of 6 months to avoid audit mixture. In case of dissolution, assets should be transferred to Assets Recovery Authority for transparency purposes. In fact, the PBO should be very much regulated to avoid the big fish eating the small fish. The Public Benefits Authority should just live by its name for the public to benefit In fact, the country is still plagued in poverty, ignorance, and disease. And you know, ignorance is no defense. Presumptions of justice is contemptuous. You cannot take an offender without an heart. You condemn an offender without a heart. The ball is in the court. In fact, we have heard for so many from the Mau Mau, and we thank you for that.
Asante sana bwana, nimesikia Kiingereza mingi sana kutoka kwa mzee. Pigie makofi. There's a... Okay, you have a question or you want?
Okay, I'm here. It's part of a contribution from the memoranda and also some questions. So I said I'm Njeri Maina, a specialist in the field of disabilities and special needs, and also a policy advisor since I'm working with the National Council for Persons with Disability as a director. So with the newly enacted Persons with Disabilities Act 2025, it places obligations on the public and private entities to promote inclusion, accessibility, and reasonable accommodation. It also marks a shift from the charity and welfare model of the 2003 Disability Act to a progressive, right-based approach aligned with the Constitution of Kenya and the UN Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So my question here is, how has this been incorporated in the PBO's acts? Have you ensured all organizations, not only the persons with disability organizations, are enhancing disability inclusion, accessibility, and making reasonable accommodations? Again, while the repealed Persons with Disability Act focused on the special services and protective measures that often reinforced dependency, the 2025 Act recognizes persons with disabilities as equal right holders and mandates their full inclusion, participation, and access to opportunities across all sectors of the society. The question again here is, what is there in the Act and the regulations to enhance this? Again, there is also an observation. Disability has been put as a sector in the current Act, but from what has happened and the transition to the new Act, it should become a cross-cutting issue. How will you incorporate that in the Act? And then finally, the transformation emphasizes empowerment, non-discrimination, reasonable accommodation, and accountability, ensuring disability is no longer treated as a matter of charity, but an issue of justice, equity, and human rights. There is need for all PBOs in Kenya to be compliant, not to be victims of the legal battles in the course of their work. How is the regulations and the Act taking care of this, and how will it be enforced from the PBO's sector? I know there is a lot that I have put in my memorandum, but those are some of the questions I think we should start asking ourselves as the regulatory authority and also the individual public benefit organizations. Thank you.
Asante sana, mpigie makofi. Oh, you. Just have a seat. You came first, so...
Amjambo. Niko na swali ambao nataka nipee kila mtu hapa. Kwa majina naitwa John Maritim. Nasimamia organization naitwa Kenya National Peace and Reconciliation Organization, based here in Rift Valley. So I chair South Rift and North Rift. Niko na swali moja. This authority is answerable to who? Will all the NGOs, all the PBOs, will they be answerable to this body? Ukiangalia ile section ya cancellation of certificates, mimi naona kama haitoshi. Nimekuwa katika shughuli ya amani muda mrefu, nikagundua mahali pengine kwamba kuna mama alikuwa na CBO ambaye alikuwa anasaidia watu, lakini kichini chini ni mnunuzi wa ng'ombe ya uwizi. The proceeds kutoka ile kazi anafanya, anasaidia wamama na wazee, lakini ndani chini huko anafanya nini? ile ng'ombe inaibiwa katika border zetu anazinunua. So in those extreme ends, authority iko na uwezo gani apart from cancellation ya certificate, iko na uwezo gani ya kudeal na such characters? Kwa sababu naona I think a section of prosecution should have been added. Kwa mfano pia nimefanya kazi na watu ambao wanaitwa National Cohesion and Integration Commission. So mnawajua? Wako na kazi mingi lakini hawana uwezo wa kuprosecute yule mtu ambayo analeta hate speech. Hawana uwezo. Wanaenda round wanatumia pesa ya serikali, mwisho hawana uwezo. So is it authority the same thing as NCIC? Hawana uwezo pia. They should have to prosecute in some extreme cases. Kama yule mwenye ananua ng'ombe ama mtu ananua bunduki, anauza bunduki na ako na NGO, what do you do with such characters? Unafanyaje? Do you simply cancel the certificates? So nataka pia niombe kwamba lawyers who are here na wale ambao hawajapeana memorandum kama mimi, can you do something alafu tupeana hiyo kitu ili even included in extreme cases were prosecuted. Si ndio? Kuna watu wanafanya extreme vitu mingi sana. Nimekaa miaka ya siasa ya peace, nikagundua kwamba wala peace actors, for example, just a minute, mnaonanga hii watu wa amani hawa na ma NGO. I'm comparing NGOs like mortuary attendants. Mortuary attendant akikwambia kazi ni mbaya, anamaanisha watu hawajakufa, si ndio? Kazi ikiwa mzuri, NGO pia wanaposema kazi ni mbaya, kumaanisha hakuna conflict, ndio wawe funded. Most of these NGOs wanapenda mgorogoro, alafu wawe funded, wakuje Turkana wa preach peace. Tumeona vitu kama hizo. Wengine huko kwetu wanasongesha mipaka, wanagongana, msikia Jabila, tumesikia Sondu huko. Manda NGOs wengi wanataka wawe regulated properly. Please, can there be some sections ya ku prosecute in terms of extreme violation of the law? That's my submission. Na naomba kwamba wale ambao wajaandika, hebu muandike. Wale ambao wamesoma sheria, hebu muweke.
Asante sana, mpigie makofi huyo mzee. So we'll take this last question for this round and then we'll come back for more questions. And then we'll have somebody to answer them.
Okay, my name is Rajab Musa. I'm from Gilgil. I represent Speak Kenya. And I want to start by saying this. Vile tuliingia hapa tulipatiwa this booklet. Nataka kila mtu afungue nyuma angalie kabisa mwisho kuna pahali imeandikwa transition clause. And this booklet is an act. An act ni sheria. And sheria inasema hapa kwa transition clause inasema NGO that were registered under the NGO Coordination Act before starting and commencing date of the PBO Act will be considered as registered as PBOs under the PBO Act. Kwa hivyo inamaanisha wale wote wenye walikuwa under NGO na PBO, kwa mfano after dini ilikuwa implemented in 2013, inamaanisha wao tayari ni members wa nini. So wa PBO Act. So hii regulation inafai support, kama vile our learned Fred alisema, inafai kuwa ina support this act. But this regulation kwa part yao ya registration hakuna pahali wanaweka vile watasaidia mambo ya transition, the transition part. Kwa mfano you are registered already, how will they assist you in transiting in registration? Maybe na hizo document need. So my question is this: why is this document not supporting the transition part and it's insisting on registration? Thank you.
Thank you. Tumpigie makofi. Kwa nini makofi imekuwa hafifu sana hivyo? Mechoka? So now we're going to take the next like 10 minutes to address the questions that have been asked by the different members so far. If there's another round of questions, mama naona umesema unataka kuondoka, unataka kuuliza swali? Uko sawa? Okay. So they will be answered and then we can take another round of questions if there will be more, and then we can wind up. We also don't want to keep you for too long, but as long as there are issues to be addressed, we'll take time to address them, and we wouldn't want to leave here feeling like they did not have a chance to give their input. So this is Mercy Soy, is a lawyer by profession, is also an employee of the authority. So he will address some of the questions that have been raised so far, and they will take it up from there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Victor, for the great facilitation that you have done. Watu wa Nakuru, hamjambo. Hamjambo tena. Kwa majina naitwa Mercy Soy, na nimefurahi sana kwa sababu siku ya leo mmeweza kuwa nasi hapa. Mmeweza kupata nafasi ya kuja kujiunga na sisi katika mkutano huu ambao ni wa maana sana, na kwa sababu ya hayo tunasema asante sana sana. Sasa nataka nijibu maswali ambayo yameulizwa kwa katika nafasi huu ambao nimepewa, alafu tukiingia session ya pili, I will have my senior Lyndon, our team leader, take up the next session. So I will start with this, and thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you, team leader, for this opportunity as well. So I will start with the last question ambayo imeulizwa na Rajab Musa ambaye anatoka Gilgil. And this question is about the transition process and about the regulations providing or not providing for the transition process. Now, I will give just a brief highlight on the issue of transition so that we are all on the same page. When we had the NGO Act, organizations were registered under the NGO Act as either national or international. These organizations were incorporated and issued with certificates to show that they have now been incorporated. And when they were registered, they were entered into the register of NGOs. The PBO Act repealed the NGO Act and actually gave a transition provision, which is in the transition clauses under the PBO Act. Now, the PBO Act recognizes that entities that were already incorporated and entered into the register of NGOs are now considered as PBOs. There is an administrative aspect that comes in there. We are expected to develop the register of PBOs. Remember, the NGO Act had only 2 ways of registering entities. And now the PBO Act has 4 ways of registration: international, national, exempt, and the PBO status. Again, the previous NGO Act did not have forums and recognition of forums. The current Act requires us to recognize forums through a recognition agreement. That then means administratively we need to maintain a register or a register of forums. Tuko pamoja hapo? So for us to administratively do that role, we will require already registered and already incorporated entities to update their documentation. One of these documents will be the Constitution, because you may want to amend it in terms of the new financial year provisions, because the Act gives 6 months. You may want to adjust and amend your Act, your Constitution. You may want to amend it to reflect your status in a forum, for example. You may want to amend it to show that you are carrying out a social enterprise activity, which is the income generating activity in the Act. That is one document that we will need you to update. And the other one is we will need you to update and confirm who your officials are. And lastly, the scope of your work, so that as we place you into the register of PBOs, we place you rightfully to say, indeed, you are an international organization, or you are an exempt organization, or you are a national organization, or you then must be bestowed with the status of a PBO. This provision that Rajab has referred to in this document reads as follows. The law does not require NGOs that were earlier registered under the NGOs Act to register afresh. New registration will only be required for CSOs that were registered under other laws and wish to be registered under the PBO Act. PBOs registered under the defunct NGOs Act automatically transited and will only be required to update their records to reflect the new status as they shall be guided by the authority. Up to that point, since the Act in the transition provisions speaks about this process, we cannot again go ahead and provide for it in regulation, noting that, one, the process of transition as per the Act is a process that should take 1 year. These regulations are here to operationalize the Act and to be implemented and applied from time to time until years to come when there is need to do some changes. Therefore, in the wisdom of the drafters of the Act, it would only be legally sound to provide administrative guidelines for this transition process of already registered entities. That which shall be provided by the authority once we are done with this process of regulations, because it is the regulations that enable us to establish the different registers of PBOs, the 4 categories. Then we can transition already registered entities and then continue with the registration and incorporation of organizations under the Act. Up to that point, are we okay? Tuko sawa? There will not be a transition fee. If at all they will be, then probably that will be a decision that is made at a policy level and it shall be communicated. But the guidelines for the transition is 1, an updated constitution. 2, confirmation of your board, so that as we enter you into the new register of PBOs, we have your accurate information. And 3, your scope of work. What is your objective? How do you operate? Do you operate as an exempt organization? Do you maybe operate as an international organization, but previously you were registered as national? Or are you actually a national organization, but previously you were not given that proper recognition? Those are the three things that we'll need, so that we place you in the PBO register and we have an up-to-date record. Moving forward, we have 4 categories in the register of PBOs, and each organization is rightfully placed. Not misplaced, not to say you are an exempt organization, for example, but then because the previous NGO Act did not have provision for exempt, you were then just registered as an international organization. But now there is an opportunity to explore that provision. I will also speak about the issue of the trusts, companies limited by guaranteed, that had already been registered elsewhere, and how they can be recognized under the PBO Act. I will also include CBOs in that list. So for you to be recognized as a PBO, first thing, you must carry out a charitable activity. It must be for the benefit of the public and not any private gain. If you have an organization whereby the members themselves gain from the organization, then you do not qualify to be a PBO. That would probably be considered as a self-help group, for example, where you come together, form a group, be the members, generate some money and still benefit from it. That is private benefit. PBOs only confer public benefit. I cannot sit in the board of a PBO or stay as a member of a PBO and then still benefit from this organization. That is not public benefit, it is private gain. You must have an identifiable target group. Lazima tujue mnafanya kazi wapi na mnasaidia wakina nani. Kama mnasema mnasaidia watoto kule mashinani, lazima tuweze kujua ni watoto wagani, ni watoto wangapi, wako wapi, ili hata sisi wenyewe tukitembea wakati tunafanya monitoring and evaluation, tunaweza kuwaona. If it is you are supporting nurses in Rift Valley region, they must be able to be identified, because the target group is where you implement your public benefit activity. So those are the guidelines for you to be referred to as a PBO. And then, once you meet these guidelines, there are 2 options. One, you seek fresh incorporation under the PBO Act. And in this case, you will be either a national or an international organization. The third way you can exist is when you are bestowed with the public benefit status. You are a trust, you retain your registration. You have confirmed you qualify to be referred to as a PBO. So you retain your status, your registration status where you were. But then you approach the authority, unapewa PBO status. That means you are not incorporating afresh. You retain your incorporation if it was under company limited by guarantee, but you come in and you are given a PBO status. I will use just the example of the Insurance Regulatory Authority, which issues licenses of recognition to insurances, but these companies are already incorporated elsewhere. That is just an example of how that issue of bestowing the PBO status is going to work. Mr. John Maritim of Kenya National Peace, you asked how PBOs are answerable, if they are only answerable to the PBO regulatory authority, the powers of the authority, and what can be done to those organizations that are rogue, that go out of hand, out of line with the law, and continue to misuse the funds that they have, or even continue to deceive the public that they are doing public good, yet they are actually rogue organizations. In the Act, there is a very broad provision and a mandate of the authority. This is under Section 63 on institution of inquiries and investigations. This is provided for in the Act. Now, we have not categorically provided it in the regulations, because when we look at the Act under Section 63, we find that it is quite exhaustive. And it says the authority may conduct an inquiry on its own, or appoint a person to conduct the inquiry and make a report to the authority. What this means is we can institute investigations on organizations. And that is not the end. We also engage with security agencies and investigative agencies to carry out active investigation on rogue organizations. Under Section 42, we have that mandate. So then, what we need to be discussing is, since we have the mandate to carry out the investigation, we need to do proper and active collaboration. This collaboration will be between us, yourselves, county governments, local level governments, so that we are able to collaborate well, work together, and in the long run, facilitate the sector by weeding out the rogue entities, and also now discussing matters of importance for the sector, for us to collaborate, work together, and move forward together. The PBO Act is a very progressive act. It talks about collaboration, I can say from the beginning to the end. Before, the NGO Act did not have this aspect of collaboration. Now the Act allows us to collaborate. And as the authority, we are calling upon all of you, kindly, let us partner to push the sector forward. Of course, we cannot do active and proper regulation without you. We need you, we need to work together, we need to facilitate the sector, and we can only achieve this when we work together. We need to identify the rogue entities and we do away with them, so that we remain to strengthen the sector. We remain to identify the issues that need to be done. The Act also provides for a joint committee to be established. Once the regulations are done and gazetted, we are expected to establish a joint committee. This joint committee is between the authority and the sector. The purpose of the joint committee is to look at how the PBO Act is being implemented, to look at the provisions of the Act, to look at the challenges in the sector, to look at how the forums and how the federations are carrying on, all because we want to ensure that this Act which creates an enabling environment for all of us, is fully implemented. Pastor Belly Otieno, you asked about the establishment of the tribunal. And the tribunal is a quasi-judicial entity. It is established under the PBO Act. However, the composition of this tribunal has in no way any relationship with the composition of either the staff or the board of the authority. The composition of the tribunal is made up of independent persons who are actually vetted and appointed by the judiciary, not the PBO authority. All the PBO authority has done to ensure the tribunal is set up is one, write to the CJ and inform them that there is this act. It has now been commenced. It provides for the establishment of the tribunal. Kindly do the needful. Victor. Sorry. Sorry about that. I think the microphone was giving me some problems. So on the issue of the tribunal, it is an independent entity whereby once it is fully established and starts sitting and carrying out its operations, then the authority has no role, has no say in how the tribunal carries out its function. If anything, the authority may find itself before the tribunal many times, as we always do find ourselves in court. The tribunal is set up to solely handle matters in the PBO sector, disputes between the authority, the federation, the forums, and any PBOs, issues to do with the sector. And for us, it is a very progressive section of the law, because for many years we have had challenges whereby there is a court case or a complaint about an organization and the authority is part of the case. We end up staying in court, camping there for a year, 2 years, for a very long time. And the effect of this is that it is the beneficiary that suffers. Because maybe the organization's accounts are frozen, maybe now they cannot operate optimally. The beneficiaries who are relying on these organizations are now wondering what happened. Why? Because the court has given orders to the effect that maybe operations should stall until investigations are concluded. Now, the beauty with the tribunal is that since it is sector specific, it is going to deal with our issues within 60 days and resolve the disputes, and then we move on, we continue serving the public and we continue serving the beneficiaries. Thank you also, Pastor Belly Otieno, for the very important input, and I want to request our rapporteurs to take note of this point, that persons abled differently should be able to receive waivers on fees that are provided for in the regulations. Thank you so much for that input, and we have taken it very, very positive. Adams Kawidi, you talked about annual returns, and you proposed that it should be done within 4 months instead of the 6 months. However, the PBO Act is the one that provides for the 6 months duration. It states that you file your annual returns within 6 months after the end of the financial year. We cannot give a provision contrary to what is in the Act. However, You can file your returns even the first month after you have closed your financial year. There is no problem with that. You can file it within the second month, the third, or up to the 6th month. Now the penalty comes in after the 6-month lapses and you have not filed. And that is why I was saying, as we are looking at transition, we need to also look at whether we want to amend our constitution on the aspect of the financial year. Do you want to, say that you will file 6 months after? Do you want to retain the 3 months you have been doing? Do you think you need to file after a month? So those are some of the considerations that have to be done as we are looking at transition. And Jerry Maina, I want to thank you for your very positive input. And the question was for all of us, the authority and the PBOs alike, on how we will incorporate disability inclusion in all the PBOs, how we are going to give weight to policies of inclusion and equity. Now, as a regulator, we appreciate this input. And I wish to state that as soon as we are done with the regulations, we will also have completed what we call the prototype constitution. The prototype constitution is the constitution which guides us on how to do the registration. It guides us on, if you are an exempt organization, this is how your outfit should look like. If you are an international organization, then there is that guideline so that it just shapes your organization in line with the provisions of the Act. So with regards to the issue raised by Anjeri Maina, I think it is a very good proposal for us to actually consider having aspects and on inclusion and equity in the prototype constitutions. That way, as we have organizations adopting these constitutions, we are also encouraging organizations to adopt these policies on inclusion. For me, and from where I sit, I find that that is quite progressive and the input is very positive. So I know we still have a number of questions that had been raised, and I understand that the time now is 1:15. I will answer 2 questions, and then I will sit down to allow Victor to take the next round of questions, and thereafter we will invite my senior, both at work and in the advocates bar, to take up the second round of questions. So the duration of the name search, there was a proposal that we provide for 7 days. However, it usually takes a day for the name search to be approved. That is our standard practice, and we are all e-citizens, so the work is actually automated. So you can quickly apply and get that done. So another thing is, I've just received a question on the status of the High Court ruling. I will say that we were in court about 2 weeks ago. Previously, there was a petition in court that was filed last year challenging the PBO Act. To give a brief history on that, is when the PBO Act was assented to in 2013, there were clauses that were deemed contradictory and contentious. The then CS, Anwar Guru, established a task force to look into the amendments of the Act. Now, as the task force was just concluding its work on amendments to the PBO Act, a section of civil societies approached the court challenging the proposed amendments to the PBO Act. two High Court judges gave a ruling to the effect that we must operationalize the PBO Act as is. Two of them. That left us with no option but to work towards operationalization of the PBO Act. The reasoning of the court was that we operationalize the act first and then look at how the act is in terms of implementation, and then we do the amendments later. The act was put on the shelves for quite some time. It was only operationalized last year through a presidential directive, and this presidential directive culminated from the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto, which was one of the things they would do is to operationalize this act. And that has since happened. The authority is complying with the High Court ruling of 2013, which requires us to operationalize this act first before we amend. Now, recently, the High Court indicated that there are various provisions of the act that are unconstitutional. We went back to the same court. We have obtained orders, and these stay orders have set aside the judgment, and this means the status quo has been maintained, and this means we continue implementing the PBO Act. We are also currently in the Court of Appeal, and that guarantees us the stay of that ruling. As we are today, we are in good standing with the provisions of the law and also with the directions of the High Court. The PBORA is under the Ministry of Interior and National Administration, so we are overseen by the PS and the CS. Of course, we sign performance contracts to show that we have actually carried out our mandate. We sign the performance contracts with the office of the CS and that of the CS, and we are evaluated quarterly. Thank you very much for listening to me. Naona masaa inasonga sana. Asanteni sana, sijamaliza kujibu maswali zote. Mwenzangu Lyndon ikifika wakati wake, he will address all the other pending questions. I want to say thank you very much for listening to me, and Victor, karibu sana, please continue with the session. Asanteni.
Thank you, Mercy. Tumpigie makofi tena kwa kujibu maswali. Like we said, we do not want to keep here for too long. I think we want to thank you also for being patient with us. You've been sitting, meketi sana tangu asubuhi, na tungependa tusiwasukume sana katika hiki kikao. Lakini ikiwa kuna mtu bado ako na swali, mbali ya yale maswali Mercy amesema yatajibiwa na mwenzetu, if there are people that still have questions, also, you know, we would want to take the shortest time possible to address the next round of questions, and then we can wind up. So tunaomba mtuvumilie kwa muda mchache, tutaweza kumaliza hiki kikao, lakini kwa sasa tunataka kuchukua maswali mengine kama 4 ama 5 so that we answer them. Like we also said, this process is continuing until 25th. For those ones who will not have an opportunity maybe to present their views, or they still need to take time to go through the regulations before they can provide us with feedback, you will still have time. So let me see by show of hands who still would want to raise an issue, a comment, or a question. There's one hand here. Any other? I think then what we'll do, we'll take his question, and then our colleague Lyndon would address that question and the other ones that were not addressed by Mercy. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Sarah Postorina from Global Humanitarian, One for All for God. And my clarification arises from what the council ametupeleka through, or what she has answered. You have told us that we are not going to pay any fee when we are transiting. But there is a window you have opened again, that we are going to update our materials, like the Constitution, the officials. Are there any fee? Are we going to pay anything? And if yes, how much we are supposed to pay? The second question is about if one organization has to be registered. You have given a few explanations. And there's one explanation that Victor gave. If we have some conflict, or we have, when we were registering, we said we are going to do feeding program. And on the way, few members feel like they don't want to continue with that feeding program. Maybe they want to do something else. Such explanation, then I was wondering, if I have two members, if myself I have decided to say I am not comfortable with the feeding program, is it not only fair the authority to ask me, who has a different opinion, to walk out instead of this, registering an organization because of 2 or 3 members? Even if it is one member remaining supporting that what we registered for, should be given full support by the authority. Lastly, is the last fee. I can't remember. My sister talked about the fees. The fee of certifying or coming to the authority to get a stamp that I'm supposed to pay 5,000. Surely this is your document. It's a document that already you recognize. I'm only coming for the stamp. Why can't you do it for free? Thank you.
Thank you very much for those wonderful questions. Because this is the last person that has asked us questions, and he has been very brief and direct, let's clap for him for his questions as well. Also, let's clap for everybody that has sat here up to this point, for sitting through the sessions and for your contributions. As we wait for our colleague to come back to address those questions, I would want to give a chance to our board member that is here, maybe to just give her remarks, and to thank you people of Nakuru for having turned out in large numbers from the other counties as well that are represented here, and for your contributions. And then when we can address those questions and then wind up.
Habari zenu. Mko sawa? Ama mmechoka? Tugoje kitu tu kidogo, tumebaki kidogo. Kwa majina naitwa Regina Mbulu. Mimi ni director, board of director kwa Pibora. Ningependa kuchukua nafasi hii nimshukuru nyote kwa kuja na pia kuvumilia. Tunashukuru sana, tumekuja kusikia maoni yenu na tumeichukua yote na tumesikiza kila kitu na tuko ready kufanya kazi ili nchi yetu iende mbele. Mungu ambariki.
Asante sana. Tumpigie makofi our board member. So now, because we want to address the questions that are remaining quickly, and then we wind up. So this is the winding up procedure. tumesema kuna winding up ya public benefit organization, but for this one we also have a winding down procedure. So there's in the morning when I asked for somebody to pray for us, I also asked if there's a sheikh in the house to pray, and there was, but he did not get a chance to pray. So he will pray for us as we wind down. He's already seated here. I hope he will not leave before we finally finish. Then we'll play the national anthem, because like we said, it's a form of prayer also, and this was a public forum. We remind ourselves of our pledge to the country. So for the questions that have been asked, I think I want to give my colleague Mercy to continue addressing them. If there will be any more questions when Lyndon comes, he will pick them up from there. Asanteni sana.
Okay, thank you once more for this opportunity. And there was from Joyce Karanja, Wiping Tears of Women. You commented regarding the Form 14. There is an apparent error geographically instead of geographical. So we have taken that point quite positively. We have covered the issue of automatic transition, and there is the question on the fees on this transition process, what will be charged. And my senior is here. He has just walked in at the right time. So senior, karibu. The issues of fees on transition, and of course every other question. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon. Quickly on the issue of fees, if there will be prescribed fees, it will be communicated. In the meantime, we have heard your sentiments. We will share with the minister. Then they will also guide us accordingly. But at the moment, there is no fee that has been prescribed for transition. Are we clear on that? Good. There's a question on conflict between data protection and the requirement for personal details. I have a very simple answer to this question. How many of us visit government offices? Any government office for whatever reason? Anyone? Do they ask you for personal details when you visit? They don't. Hakuna mahali unajaza mahali, unaweka hapo kitambulisho, unaweka jina, unaweka namba ya simu. Iko. So it means that your details are already with the government. Senequel, your details have already been given to the government by yourself willingly. There are two laws. There is Access to Information Act, and there is also Data Protection Act. Data Protection Act does not say you do not give your details. Data Protection Act says that once you give your details should be protected by the agency that you have given those details. Because remember, the authority is an agency under the data protection law. We are one of their agencies. They have many agencies within government. One of them is the authority. So you are not stopped from giving your details, but we are mandated by law to protect your details. Then we have to juggle that with Access to Information Act. If someone wants your information that you have given us, do we give him or not? That is the question. Because one law says you have a right to access information. Siko hiyo. The other one says protect personal data. Siko pia. Now, how do you determine when to protect personal data and when to give access to information? Both of these are laws in this country. And I can tell you for free that they are not conflicting. If, for example, you are under investigation and the DCI want your details, they will get. Sinikweli. How many of you know that the moment I have your ID number, just the number, I don't need even your ID, just the number, I can know everything about you. Your information is on serikali. When you are collecting your ID, you give information, sub-location, location, kijiji, majina, nilizaliwa mahali fulani, your information iko. When you buy a car, unaenda pale NTSA, si unapeana kitambulisho. Hiyo kitambulisho inakuwa linked. Hiyo information yako ya kununua gari inaenda KRA. Wakati unalipa tax, KRA inajua so amenunua gari, inafaa fanya nini? Alipe tax. Si ni kweli? Hiyo information iko KRA. When you register a company, your information inaenda KRA so that when the time to pay taxes come, they will tell you, lipa tax. Si ni kweli? All this information that we drop everywhere, umeenda pale BNB, soja anasema leta kitambulisho. Si ni kweli? Umeenda hoteli, leta kitambulisho. Ha? Umeenda pale unataka kuona governor, register. Umeenda kuona county commissioner, register. Huh? All those informations are collected and one mega master database for the people of Kenya is created. This is good for you for security reasons, that the government can quickly reach you when you need help. Ukipiga report gari yako imeibiwa, wanaenda kutafuta wapi? Si kwa hiyo database ndio wataona hii gari ni ya nani, hizo details, imeibiwa wapi, simu inapigwa, nini, flying squad, wanashika gari. Si ni kweli? So there is no conflict on Data Protection Act. You are obligated to give us that data. We are obligated to protect that data. Hiyo swali nimemaliza, si ndio? There's another one here on independence of CBOs since they are registered under Societies Act. Now, let me inform you, CBOs are not registered under Societies Act. Societies Act registers associations, not CBOs. CBOs are registered under social services. CBOs operate through officials. CBOs are not legal entities. Legal entities are incorporated and they operate through the certificate of incorporation. CBOs operate through chairman, secretary, treasurer. Ama nadanganya? Si ukienda pale kwa bank unaandika jina ya chairman through, they operate through. Those who get incorporated like companies, PBOs, they go with their certificate of incorporation, wanasema hii ndio yetu inatusimamia. So independence of CBOs will remain as it has always been. Don't worry about anyone swallowing any other or anyone threatening another. No. If you choose, and again because the Constitution allows you to choose, freedom of choice. If you choose to be a CBO, you will be a CBO. If you choose that your CBO should associate with the PBO, then Section 7 will apply to you. If you choose to be whatever else, if you want to run like a loner, well and good. But remember, the scope of CBO is limited to the community within which it operates. You cannot go outside that community. Those are the laws that operate with CBOs. PBOs, the scope is countrywide. The entire country is at your service, depending on the budget that you have that can allow you to go either to 1 county, 2 counties, 5 counties, or the entire country. There was a question on disability. Yes, disability is one of the sectors that was identified for PBOs that engage in issues to do with disability. The Act is for all of us, whether you are disabled or not. The Act is for all of us. It applies to all of us equally. Hakuna ubaguzi kwa Act. The law is the law. Ikisema tunaenda hivi, sisi wote tunaenda hivi. Hakuna vile utasema sasa sisi wengine tunaenda hivi, wengine wasiende hivi. Sharia applies across the board. But I am aware, I'm also alive to the fact that there is a specific law that applies to persons living with disability. Yenye inahusiana na maneno za tax exemption for people in the disability sector. So hiyo pia iko na ni sheria. There was a question on coercion into national federation. Is it coercion or co-option? Mercy. Coercion. The relationship between forum and federation. This thing is very simple. We go back to freedom of association, provided for by the Constitution of Kenya 2010. The federation or the forum cannot coerce any PBO to join if they do not want to join. Plain and simple. Joining a forum is a matter of choice. Joining the federation is also a matter of choice. However, recommendation for purposes of self-regulation, it is advisable to join either a forum or the federation. Should you choose not to join either the forum or the federation, then Section 27 of the Act, which provides for the code of conduct, applies to you directly. So you move from the realm of self-regulation to regulation. If you join the forum or the federation, you will pick the code as provided under section 27. You will adopt it and amend it to suit the needs of that forum or that federation. There will be a basic baseline that you must have. Then, for purposes of accountability, transparency, respect to rule of law, ethics, and all those things that form self-regulation or code of conduct, you'll be able to formulate your own within either the forum or the federation. The forums can either be geographical or thematical. Thematical, people working in the same thematic area can form a forum. Or people premised in the same geographical area can agree and say, let's form a forum because we are in this area together. Forum minimum recommendation is 10, but you can be as many as possible. Process of suspension, cancellation, and high court case. Mercy handled this, right? There was a recommendation to add Part C to Clause 7 to state that they must declare source of seed capital. I think that's a recommendation. I don't need to talk about it, right? Registration of INGOs, 2/3 must be Kenyans. Again, that is a recommendation. We had given a recommendation of 1/3. Somebody has given a recommendation of 2/3. We will review that when we finally retire to look at all the public participation forums. The relationship between forum and federation. Now, both the forum and the federation are a creation of the law. The federation and the forum can exist separately. The federation can exist on its own, the forum can exist on its own. The forum, if they wish, can come up with a federation of forums. However, the forum can also join the federation if it so wishes. These things are self-regulation and it's a matter of choice. People make decisions. So both of them are creation of the act, both of them exist independently, both of them can exist jointly, depending on decisions that people will make. Relating national federation and regional federation to be they may not complement because the forums exist independently to run self-regulation for the members of the forum. The federation is an umbrella national body for PBOs, all PBOs that wish to join for purposes of self-regulation. So the forum will be doing self-regulation at a geographical or thematical level. The federation will be doing national self-regulation. So if a federation wants to join a forum, I mean, if a forum wants to join a federation, it is possible. But the federation cannot join a forum. The next question here is, I think this was handled about updating records during transition. The other one here is, can an organization be deregistered because a few board members are no longer interested in the main objective? What other objective would they be interested in if they don't want the main objective? This question is incomplete. Does it mean they are not interested, they've left the organization? Or does it mean they have a new objective they want to pursue? Or does it mean they are just nonchalant, they want to sit there and just do nothing? So which one is which?
I was asking, for instance, the organization that I'm in, the main objective is to relieve poverty. And on the way, few members feel like they want to do something else, not the main objective or what we registered for. And in that group, one member is remaining supporting the main objective. Should the organization be deregistered because of that? Or those many members who have felt like they want to change the objection, the objective, or the main reason why we registered should go and leave me do what we wanted to do?
This is nothing new. This is something that has happened, is happening, will continue happening. Human beings are complex beings. They keep changing their minds. Now, each organization is unique. Each organization is unique to the objective for which it was registered. You cannot change the objective midway. Changing the objective midway presupposes that you are registering a fresh organization. Like I mentioned earlier, if the donor has run away from funding education, you cannot run with the donor because now the donor is funding environment. Now you are running to environment, you've left education, you cannot do that. You stick with your education. If you want to chase the donor to environment, you register a new one that has objectives relating to environment. If members are disinterested in the objective, then the honorable thing to do is for them to resign, step down, step aside, and let other members or new members that are interested in that objective to join the organization to further that objective. However, these disinterested members sometimes refuse to leave because it is not a hotel where you walk in and walk out. There are documents to sign when you walk in, there are documents to sign when you walk out, and the government must be involved in that process. So you find that some members want to punish others. Either they want to be paid to leave, or they just don't want, they just want to be stubborn because they are hoping that something might happen, they may benefit in a way or another. So they refuse to leave, they refuse to sign. There are mechanisms in place. You, as the person that is left, either as a board member or an official, you do an affidavit informing us of what is happening, and you bring it to office, we look at it, we verify that it is true, then we take action. I want to advise you, the minimum number recommended for PBOs, for board members, is 5. Minimum. The minimum number for membership, a general membership, is 11. When you are setting up, please do not dwell on the minimums. Because when you dwell on the minimums, if somebody moves out, you are in trouble. Try to go slightly beyond the minimum, so that if somebody leaves, you are still within the threshold. And if somebody leaves, make an effort to replace that person that has left. Don't forget, then somebody else will leave, then you find that the threshold has. So, those who want to do things quickly, those who say, hey, kuna mzungu amekuja hapa, tunataka registration in 1 week. Is it possible? It is not possible. The Act gives 2 months. Because mzungu amekuja, pesa iko ready, unakimbia, unachukua pale Kamau, unachukua pale Kipngetich, unachukua pale Otieno, people you don't know, unawaleta, unawaweka hapa ndani. Alafu saa zile mzungu ameleta pesa, sasa anakuonyesha rangi yao kamili. Anakuambia sasa hii pesa tunaigawa hivi. Wewe ulikuwa unataka kusaidia yatima. Yeye anakuambia yeye ndio yatima, anataka kujisaidia wewe mwenyewe. Yeye ni yatima. Mbona unataka kusaidia yule yatima na yeye pia ni yatima, na anakuambia charity begins where? Na hapa ni nyumbani. Na PBO is for public benefit, not personal benefit or private benefit. If you want private or personal benefit, please register company limited by shares. Whatever you do with those shares is your business. No one will ask you, tengeneza pesa. The moment you go into public space, there will be questions. Whether you like it or not, there will be questions. Because ukienda pale useme nisaidie na pesa, kuna widows nataka kwenda kusaidia. Unapewa hiyo pesa on the basis of the widows. Au pay hiyo pesa kama wewe. Ukienda ukisema nisaidie na pesa, mimi ni yatima nataka kujisaidia, utapewa. Utapewa because umetumia jina ya widows. That money belongs to the widows, not you. So wakati umefika na hiyo pesa, unauliza widow, wewe umejua vile nilitafuta hii pesa? Widow ajui, hakukuwa ukitumia jina yake. So hawezi jua. But tukirudi pale kwa transparency and accountability. Before you tell the government to be accountable, ask yourself, are you accountable? If you are accountable, by all means, tell the government to be. Wazungu walisema, sijui kama walikuwa wahenga, if you live in a glass house,
Ukiishi kwa nyumba ya kioo, wacha kurushia jirani mawe. Si ni kweli? Jirani akianza kurusha mawe, nani anaumia? Because we all live in this country that we love so dearly, we must be each other's keepers. So, when the objective shifts, the person that is shifting, let them exit the organization because they no longer serve the purpose of that organization. They have a new purpose, let them register their own organization, then they can pursue their own objectives. I believe that summarizes the question, unless the people who are writing did not write all the questions. Is there a question that you feel has not been answered? National validation of this forum, of this, what we are doing. Definitely, there has to be a validation forum for every public participation. Every. When we leave Nakuru, we are going to go to Nairobi to carry out another public participation forum. That will be the final public participation forum. Then we will retreat to look at the memorandums. We will look at the recordings. You see the cameramen here. They are documenting what is happening. We will look at the suggestions, the recommendations, the proposals, everything from Garissa to Lamu to Lodwar to Kisumu to Nakuru to Nairobi. After which, we will sit down with the Attorney General and then we will be advised accordingly on how to incorporate what has been suggested. After that, we will go to Parliament. There is the legislative, delegated legislative committee of Parliament, which also has to look at what has been recommended and proposed. After that, then we will call a validation forum. Validation forum is a representative forum where we pick people from each forum that we have held to come and validate that the document represents what was. Are we together? So there will be a validation forum. Your hand is up. You are preaching to the choir. I was converted long before you preached. But I will answer your first question. The authority has 5 regional offices and intends to continue devolving further funds allowing. Hii pesa yenye mnakataa kutoa, hii mnasema hapa fee.
How will we evolve without money? Exchequer. When was the last time you were there? So, we have an office in Garissa. We have an office in Nakuru. We have an office in Mombasa. We have another one in Eldoret. We also have another one in Kisumu. Can somebody call for me Dr. James Onkoba to please come in front here? Come here. This gentleman is called Dr. James Onkoba. I want him to say a few words.
I'm a man of just one word, not few words. Good afternoon. You are so tired, eh? I know that. You are my people. This is where I work. We have a regional office at the County Commission. Then we have staff at the County Commission. Room number 40. We represent the South Rift region. And then I just want to say thank you for participating in this forum and for your views and for your comments. I know and I believe they will be taken positively. Thank you so much. Blessings to you. My name is James. Barikiweni sana.
When you find him in his element, he will tell you, my name is James. If you ask James who, he will tell you, just James. So he's a just James. Now, for people in the South Rift, the person that takes care of you is Dr. James Onkoba. You do not have to come to Nairobi for services. We have online services, and if you're having trouble with online services, Daktari can guide you within the Rift Valley here. You don't have to come to Nairobi unless you have other further business that you want to pursue there. Then you beat two birds, one stone. There being no other further business, I wish to request Bernadette Nzomo to give us a vote of thanks. I wish to request the MC, the DJ, to have the national anthem on the ready. And I also wish to request participants to please give anyone with a green kofia the feedback forms. There's a feedback form that you are given as you are coming in. Anyone with a green kofia, please hand over the feedback forms to them. And I want to profusely, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for a very vibrant session. I recognize that the hall was tiny, but this is the best we could get. When the county government builds better halls, we will use them for future engagements. When we are finally done with the national anthem and closing prayers, we have some refreshments outside. We will move in a single orderly fashion and get our refreshments from outside. Our crew outside there will be able to guide you accordingly. and then guests can leave at their own pleasure.
Thank you, Council. And a very good afternoon to us. Good afternoon, Nakuru. Good afternoon. We wish to give our appreciation on behalf of the Executive or the Director General of Public Benefits Organization Regulatory Authority, on behalf of the board members, the national government representatives who are present today, and the county government representatives present today here, and also the civil society members present today. Now calling ourselves the Public Benefit Organization, we want to say thank you for your participation, thank you for your insights, and thank you that you chose to be here today. And also we want to appreciate our partners who partnered with us and everybody who has taken part in this process to make it successful and up to. If spiders unite, they can tie up a lion. Organization, unite together. We will make sure that you are not, like the earlier speaker said,
Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you very much.
The Public Benefit Organizations Regulatory Authority, formerly Non-Governmental Organizations Coordination Board, is a state corporation established under Section 34 of the Public Benefit Organizations Act for 2013 and is broadly responsible for the registration and regulation of the PBO sector in Kenya. It is domiciled in the Ministry of Interior and National Administration. As set out in Section 42 of the PBO Act, the authority is mandated to register and deregister public benefit organizations in accordance with the Act, maintain a register of public benefit organizations registered under the Act with precise sectors, affiliations, and locations of the activities, interpret the national policy on public benefit organizations so as to assist in its smooth implementation and observance by the government ministries, departments, and agencies at various levels, receive and review annual reports of public benefit organizations, advise the government on the activities public benefit organizations and their role in development within Kenya, issue forms, instructions, model documents, facilitate information sharing and networking between public benefit organizations and the government, institute inquiries to determine if the activities of public benefit organizations do not comply with the Act or any other law, provide advice and training to public benefit organizations, and do anything incidental or conducive to the performance of any of the preceding functions. The authority's top decision-making organ is the board, which consists of a chairperson appointed by the president and members drawn from government and PBO and private sectors. Decisions of the board of the authority are implemented by the Secretariat, the executive arm of the organization, which is headed by the Director General. In an effort to improve service delivery to the PBO sector and other stakeholders, the authority has decentralized its services by operationalizing regional offices that's in Eldoret, Garissa, Kisumu, Mombasa, and Nakuru. Even though the PBO Act was passed in 2013, it was not implemented until May 14, 2024, following a directive by President William Samoei Ruto. The President, while addressing the 2024 United Nations Civil Society Conference in Gigiri, Nairobi, that's on May 10, 2024, announced the government's decision to implement the PBO Act fully with immediate effect.
Politicians, those in government, those in the opposition, civil society, non-governmental organizations, into one space that then can figure out what is the future that befits all of us. Further, in recognition of the indispensable capacity of civil society sector in promoting education and awareness, inclusion, participation, and mobilizing collective action, we committed to operationalizing the Public Benefits Organizations Act. I made that commitment, and maybe civil society have been wondering what's happening. This act stuck in limbo for over a decade. Yet it aims to expand the space for government and non-governmental organization partnership and collaboration. I am proud to announce to you that we have every intention of living up to our commitment. That is why yesterday we executed the legal instruments to give the PBO Act effect as law in Kenya.
News immediately started sieving in that the Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki, who was the then Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration, had announced the commencement date of May 14, 2024 through legal notice number 78 in the Kenya Gazette Supplement number 100 dated May 9, 2024. To fully operationalize the Act, there was a need to develop the PBO regulations, which are being launched today. This involved the harmonization of two draft regulations that had been developed prior to the presidential directive, one by the sector and another by the NGO's Coordination Board then, hence the reference to harmonized draft regulations. The harmonized draft regulations have been developed under the guidance of the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration, Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen, and the Principal Secretary, State Department of Internal Security and National Administration, Dr. Raymond Omolo, in consultation with stakeholders, especially the PBO sector. The Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen, puts the issue into perspective.
We remember that His Excellency President William Ruto operationalized the Public Benefit Organizations Act more than 10 years since its enactment in 2013. His Excellency, in recognition of the work that is done by the civil society and the non-governmental organization, and in recognition of our constitutional rights on fundamental freedoms and rights, declared that the Public Benefits Organization Act must be operationalized to enable the institutions established thereunder to benefit fully from the robust legal regime that was put in place in consultation with non-governmental organizations and civil society. This act should have come into effect immediately in terms of all the sections of the act, compliance by the organizations, but from the request of the public and recognition of the fact that the regulations are not in place, I recently gazetted an extension of these regulations up to June 2026. This will allow us to have a robust engagement to make sure that the regulations that are put in place are responsive to the needs of the stakeholders and benefits the people of Kenya. This launch of the regulations is a very important step which enables us to have final engagement before the wider stakeholder engagement with the public, and thereafter the processes that involve Parliament will ensue. And as soon as these regulations come in place, I am confident that we will beat the deadline and that those regulations, when they come in place, will enable us to now fully require every public benefit organization to be compliant. And as a ministry, we are very, very cautious and careful to ensure that we are abiding by our constitution and we are protecting non-governmental institutions, civil society, and all public benefit organizations that are undertaking various responsibilities together with government and others also independently checking what the government is doing.
The President's statement in Gigiri and in subsequent forums, including the United States, it has been clear that the government of Kenya appreciates the role the civil society plays in national development. Here is Dr. Raymond Omolo.
Today we realize a kept promise in Kenya's governance journey through the operationalization of the PBO Act and the introduction of critical regulations that will shape the future of this sector. For years, the public benefit organizations have played a vital role in driving social development, fostering economic empowerment, and addressing humanitarian needs across the country. Their work, often in collaboration with the government, has strengthened communities and uplifted countless lives. It is in recognition of this impact that the government has prioritized the full implementation of the PBO Act. The operationalization of this act provides clarity, structure, and predictability in the sector, ensuring that organizations operate within a transparent, accountable, and well-governed framework. This marks an essential shift from fragmented policies towards a unified, streamlined regulatory environment that upholds good governance and integrity. The harmonization of the draft PBO regulations we are launching today are designed to facilitate organizations in line with the PBO Act, which focused on transparency, sustainability, and the greater impact on the communities that we serve. We welcome the beginning of a new chapter in the regulation of the PBO Act within the sector in the country.
Dr. Omolo has overseen the transition to the new PBO regulatory framework journey, including presiding over a consultative meeting at Elementaita together government officials, the PBO and development partners